think it's recording, right? So let's get started.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's recording. As you guys know, that we are not accustomed to doing lives, and we have Ember with us. We're coming at you from our van. So Jim has a phone ready, and the way that we're doing this is he's looking at his phone, saying hi to you, answering the questions, and from there, we'll get this live thing down. It's Friday night. It's Friday, right?
Yep.
And man, a lot has changed, and we'll get into that. Where are we? We'll get into that. These shades are up for a reason. We'll talk about that.
Katie said, "You're up and running." Yep, we are.
We're up and running. And this is our way of staying connected with you through all of this, because we can't do what we were originally doing. We were going back and forth as to whether or not we can do what we were originally doing, whether or not we should stay within one municipality. We're kind of torn. So here we are, going live with you Friday night.
So Chaz says, "Hey guys and pup."
Hey Chaz, how you doing? And if you got a notification on this, let us know, because we actually don't know how well our notifications are going out right now. We don't know how well you can hear us, so let us know as we get this going, if you can hear us, if you got the notification. We did it, we actually decided to do this about an hour ago. We had one plan, those plans changed, and now we've decided to do this, so.
So Van Trekking said, "Hey guys, love you bunches." Signed, Ward in North Carolina mountains.
Van Trekking, we love you guys so much, and one of the reasons why we decided to go this route was based on your influence, so thank you. There's also a few other reasons, and again, we'll get into that.
They said the notification came through on their end and the audio is working.
Perfect. Okay, you're getting notified. The audio is working, so let's talk. Right now we are at our home base in Anchorage, Alaska. We're coming to you from our van. One of the reasons why I have been spending as much time away from people, if you have been following along, and I think that most of the, 13 of you in here right now are close friends, and you understand why I really need to stay away from people right now.
So we were originally planning to head down to Homer. We kind of changed our minds. Van Trekking was an influence on that for us. Van Trekking, as you know from our previous videos, is a very, very dear friend of ours, and they messaged us with a few concerns, so we wanted to make sure that we didn't let them down.
I think one of the things that you guys said to us was that we are influencing people, and even though we might be out in the middle of nowhere, we might not see people for 5 or 6 days, not come across a soul, that we are still influencing people. So we want people to stay home, especially when you live in communities that you can't get out and do what we're doing. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that. So trying to explain that has been a really hard thing. We can go down to Homer and literally not see another soul for 5 days. But do we want to do that?
So we made the decision to turn around, come back to our home base, and our next few videos are going to be working on the van, some of the upgrades that we really didn't do because it was wintertime, it was super cold, but now it's technically springtime.
It's really nice out there, you guys. It's like, it snowed on us yesterday. I think we got about 2 inches of snow here, and today it's warming up to like 30 degrees. The sun is shining and it's beautiful. And yes, Owen and Lynn, thank you.
So our plan is to work on some more insulation. We're going to fix this window rattle on our side door, and we're going to be posting videos on all of that type of stuff.
These are really first world problems when it comes to the van, but we will be doing our 12-month review coming up. I think we're going to work on that within the next couple of days. I've actually been working on that for about a week now, in terms of what we think about the Revel, what we think about van life, what we think about what we're doing. I think that that's the type of stuff that you want to hear. Let us know what you want to know. I know so many of you are sitting there waiting, and you've messaged me saying, when is the 12-month review coming up? Part of it is we don't really know what you want to know, so let us know what you want to know. The other thing is we're doing this modification, this fairly large modification that's taking some time.
But it's supposed to be here on Monday.
Yeah, and I'll be 100% honest with you, even though I am quarantined and I have to be away from people, the last thing I want to do right now is clean. I don't know. All my friends are saying, ooh, I'm spring cleaning, I'm doing this, I'm doing... I have no desire. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I don't want to clean. But I have to, so. Anyway.
So because we are stationary right now, you'll notice behind us we have our factory blinds up. We are plugged in, and we do have our heat going, so we don't have any issues with the perfect bug out vehicle.
This is absolutely the best place to be bugged out, away from people. I think that my 18-year-old son in a few minutes might be bringing us food, and we'll see how that goes. But I honestly don't even know how I feel about DoorDash right now. There's so much I don't really understand. But what we want to talk to you about tonight is the fact that we want to be here, right? In our home base where there's 300,000 people in a city? Or do we want to be out in the middle of nowhere like what we've been showing you? Personally, I feel safer out in the middle of nowhere. And that's been a tough one for me, because if you watched the last video I posted, which was really hard to put out there about my work life, I literally just went to the hot spot in Alaska, and I flew there and flew back. You have no idea how torn I am right now. Our family life and our home life, I don't want to be around anybody. I don't want to expose them. Should I tell them? Yeah. Our mom, hi Mom, because I know you're on here right now, but she's feeling this. I haven't been able to give her a hug in probably since March 13th. She is a registered nurse, and she has a mother-in-law apartment in our home. My daughter, 16 years old, she has type 1 diabetes, and she is high risk. So do I want to be there, or do I want to be here? I would rather really be out in the middle of nowhere. So those are my thoughts right now.
But we do have some repairs to do on the van, so that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll take care of our repairs. We'll do our part. We'll stay isolated as much as we can here. And both of us work high-risk jobs, so that's always on the back of our minds. But we'll do our part.
Yeah. A lot of things happened this past week that made us decide not to continue to go down to Homer, because I know the communities down there probably don't want us there, even though we're not going into the grocery stores, we're not having any social contact with anybody. It's hard. It's hard for everybody. It's actually really not as hard for us as I have been seeing out there. For those of you who are living full-time in your vans, I have a feeling at least one of you aren't here right now, but it hasn't been easy.
DJH said, hey guys.
Hey DJH, how are you? Also, one of the reasons why we're going live is this channel has helped us both emotionally and the way we connect with everybody, so we appreciate that. Creating a video right now might not be that easy for us, so going live and talking to you is going to help. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button for us. Justin and Christina, I think I just saw you pop up. So Justin and Christina are actually the ones who taught us kind of how to sort of go live. They were doing these fun trivia things, and we would join them and have so much fun. So thank you guys. If you haven't checked out Justin and Christina, you really should.
JP said, hi JP.
Hi JP.
He said, out is best. It spreads even through conversation. Out in air, it dispersed subway. That's what happened in New York. Yeah, we've read all those reports. We're doing our best. we definitely stay away from people to the best extent possible. We just don't feel that we want to take that risk of being that person that takes it into a community that's not ours and could possibly spread it around ourselves.
I hear you, but our challenge is when we're out somewhere, there isn't anybody around for another like 5 or 6 miles. I think that that's what people may not be understanding, but that's okay.
I mean, when we do our 12-month review, obviously we're not going to do it here.
No.
So we will be escaping and we will be out in the middle of nowhere. But we already have plans for that. We're just waiting for one little piece that needs to be delivered, and then we'll make that happen.
You brought me a box today. So anytime I get a box, I wipe it down with Clorox, and I can't open it. I have to wait a few days for it, so that's a little frustrating too. We're waiting for all of this stuff to come in so we can make this happen.
JP says he's surprised Russia does not have large cases. He's fine.
Russia. What?
Russia's really not, well, that gets all political, but I don't believe that some countries are reporting everything that's going on as well as we are. So that's just our thoughts on it. Maybe they're completely locked down and we just don't know it. Who knows, right? So if they don't have the cases, congratulations to them. But I mean, even here in Alaska, we're getting cases, so it's spreading.
Where's my phone?
Justin and Christina said, "Oh, I wasn't aware, but you're very welcome. It's fun to see you guys live."
Yeah, Justin and Christina, you influenced us to go live because we've sat there and played trivia with you, and it was a hoot. I think it was a Friday or Saturday night, and we literally weren't doing anything, so we tuned into you and played trivia, and I lost horribly, but we had fun.
Jeff Gabriel, hi guys. Hi Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
I'm glad to know you're back in Alaska. Quarantine before we get to see you. He's in Talkeetna right now. So make sure you do your quarantine time. And
You want to tell them who Jeff is?
so Jeff is part of our Facebook group, and we met him last summer twice. So I met him. He was working in Denali. Really cool guy. He's from Colorado, and he came back up here to work for the summer. And unfortunately, we don't know what's going to happen in the summer up here in Alaska right now, and he just caught on to that. So, Jeff, I don't know, our prayers are with you.
Yeah, I definitely want to see you again, and it was fun meeting you, but now, gosh, we
Jeff-
can't spend time together like I wanted to.
Jeff said Sunday is going to be his 2 weeks.
I had no idea you were already back up here. You
He
made
just
it.
messaged us tonight.
Okay, so you made it before the border closure, I assume. Let's
Cigar
see.
Man says, hello, home for 4 weeks.
You talk for a minute. I'm looking something up. It's all June.
4 weeks is a long time. Man, we're going to go stir crazy if we're here for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But, so technically Alaska has been on social distancing or lockdown for about 3 weeks now. But social distancing up here is pretty dang easy due to the landmass. We can go out anywhere and be miles away from anybody else. So we just decided to come back to the home base, get some stuff done that needs to be done, and take care of it that way. So that's sort of what we're doing right now.
There's also other conflicting reports. Okay, so our governor is telling us that we are able to get out and do outdoor activities and go hiking and cross-country skiing. 2 days ago, he shut down bear hunting and got a lot of pushback on that. And then yesterday, he announced that bear hunting would be allowed again for residents only. And then there was kind of this vagueness between what you have to do to go bear hunting. Well, technically, you have to fly to Kodiak. or you have to fly somewhere. So I said, unless you have your pilot's license or your private pilot's license, don't fly. And let me just tell you this, guys. Don't fly. I can't even begin to tell you what I'm seeing out there if you're even interested in knowing what I'm seeing when I'm out there. Don't fly. And I feel like a lot of these mandates were put in place because they don't want people flying between communities, between Bethel and Nome and Kotzebue. Because these are communities that don't have roads, and we are critical infrastructure right now, taking supplies in and out. And when I see people flying up here with a 14-day quarantine that is required and mandated, and I see people flying up to Alaska from, let's say, hypothetically, maybe not, Dallas, and they decided to come up here just to check it out, to see what Alaska's like. I think they've been living under a rock. These are the types of people that I come in contact with, and these are the types of people I have on my planes right now. If you want to know more, just let me know.
So for out-of-state, if you don't know our health mandates, for out-of-state travelers, our state is pretty much locked down. Unless you have a 14-day quarantine as you enter the state, that's the only way you can come in. And really, you should only be coming here if you're here to work in some critical job. Outside of that, tourism, all of that right now is not even something to be thinking about. Cruise ships have all canceled, flights have all reduced significantly, so there really is not a whole lot that's going to be here for you right now. Everything is shut down, all the stores are shut down, we're in complete lockdown, just like everyone else everywhere else. So yes, we have permission to go out as long as we social distance and practice that social distance on a regular basis. But no out-of-state residents are allowed to do the same thing. And we are state residents up here, so we do have the authority to do that. But again, we get mixed messages, and we just want to make sure that we're staying safe.
I like the message that you just gave. However, I will tell you that people are not listening to that. The mandate is not being enforced. National Guard is not going to check door to door to see if you are actually doing a 14-day quarantine. We have out-of-state fishermen coming up here to work for the summer that are not being quarantined.
Terry, you said, yes, I heard the hunters were about to go hunt him. Yes, they were. He got a lot of flack on social media, and he heard the voices of the people up here, the residents, and they changed that mandate so that it's only closed for non-residents. Residents can continue to hunt as long as they practice social distancing.
Just as I hope that they keep that for us in the future, that this summer we rely on the fishing industry in the summer. Jim and I absolutely love to go fishing. You guys know that. If they were to shut down fishing, there'd be mutiny. So we will continue to, we're going to go fishing. We just won't be within a mile of somebody else when we go fishing.
Yep. Be Free said, hi, just
Hi,
about
Brenda.
missed you. You didn't miss us. We're here. We just actually
Yay!
came live. So
You made it. I'm so glad.
welcome.
Yeah, you've been looking forward to this, and I'm so happy that you're here with us.
Living the RV local life.
Living the RV local life. They have been with us since day one.
Renee, I hope you're doing really well.
This must be hard in Florida. Shame on Florida for taking so long.
They're just staying home and fixing things that have been put off.
That's good. I'm proud of you.
I think that's what we're all doing at this point.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be honest with you. I have no desire to do anything. My motivation is just like out the window, and I think it really has to do with what I'm seeing. But
BC says, hi, folks. Glad I'm able to see you live. I'm just glad you guys are safe. We are safe. Even Ember.
Yeah, Ember's
She's
safe.
here too. She's being a complete pain in the butt because she wants to find a lake somewhere, and that was the plan, was to let her go swimming because the Kenai Lake right now is thawed out. However, we're quite a ways away from that, so we're not going to be able to do that quite yet. And yesterday we got 3 inches of fresh snow, so that was another little fun little thing to throw into our window, I guess. I
A
don't know.
wrench to throw into
Yeah.
our wheel.
So fresh snow is always fun. It's beautiful as can be, but we were hoping it was all done and everything was going to thaw because I want to pull the motorcycles out and tinker on them a little bit also, but we still can't pull those motorcycles out.
Usually this time of year we have the motorcycles out, at least for a day or two. In April, we always get dumped on at least one more time. And, you can see the dust flying through the air. That shows you how unmotivated I have been.
Dana, I hope I said that right. Dana says, "Hey, much love from the Matsu Valley."
Hi, Dana, the Matsu Valley. I wish we could come out to the Matsu Valley.
Yeah, so we're just trying to follow what the mayor was saying today, and the mayor said trying to stay within the Anchorage municipality. So we're gonna follow that.
I was actually on a flight the other day, and as I was going through, I saw that, again, that there was a 14-day quarantine and saw people going in there. So I specifically asked somebody who was working the quarantine and doing all the paperwork for Alaska for those who are coming in. And let me tell you, I think I can tell you this. Can I tell you what I have seen? Not everybody's doing it. And I think it's sort of an honor system right now. But I specifically asked him if I could go down to Kenai, Kenai, Homer, live in the RV logo. Obviously, I'm thinking about you, but if we could go that way. And they said that it's pretty much at your own risk. If you have a house in Kenai or a house in Homer, you'll have to be able to prove that. But it isn't being enforced. But I don't want to give the impression that we're being irresponsible. So this is really hard. This van is my quarantine. This van is what keeps me safe from my family. So keeps my family safe. I hope that makes sense.
Cigar Man said, "I'm actually trying to get my stores open again as people do like to smoke cigars if they're going to be locked at home."
No
But
kidding.
The governor said no.
Oh, you are not essential? What? So, Cigar Man, you can't have a drive up. I would think that you'd be essential. People need their cigars. I love cigars, by the way, and whiskey. So I would think that you should be able to do a call ahead delivery service to where they drive up and you take it to their car. Just a thought.
I think that's one of the shops they're doing up here, right?
Yeah. People are driving up and calling ahead, and they're handing out their services. Man, we could get into the marijuana shops. They have been deemed legal,
Essential.
essential.
One a day says the quarantine has got me cleaning my room like crazy. Keep cleaning and spread that across, that entire house area.
Right. Don't just stick to your room one a day. You can just do the whole house.
JP said, "Do you guys have a Revel? Go fish." Right with you, Cynthia. Yeah, once fishing season starts, there ain't no stopping us. We're going fishing. That's just the Alaska way. We got about a month and a half, and the salmon start running, and we'll be out on the river.
Yeah. And the thing about being out on the river is there's nobody around.
Renee said she's doing well, girly.
Yay, I'm so glad to hear that. I think I told you, Renee, that, spring cleaning, I'm proud of you. I hope your house sells.
Fred C says, "I love your channel. I'm glad you are both safe."
Yay, we're safe.
We're doing well, Fred. Thank you.
But I gotta tell you, if I get it, he gets it. If he gets it, I get it. We're good together. We'll take care of each other.
One way or another.
One way or another.
BC says, "Hi, Amber." She's like almost trying to fall asleep. Let me see if I can.
Here, I'll show you.
She's laying down. Renee said, "We don't watch the news. We will be going live on the 5th. It's going to be our 15th anniversary."
Wow.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, guys. Going live is fun. I think I'm getting a little bit more used to it. Just to say hi to you guys.
JP says, I'm in a 900 square foot condo in San Diego. My cleaning coming up was thinking in of Ember today. What a sweetie.
I just saw one that I kind of want to answer. Do we wish we had a bigger van?
No.
No. Between, no.
That's an easy question to answer.
Yeah, I like that we can park wherever we want to park. I like that we don't have a lot of crap shoved into little nooks and crannies everywhere. We are very minimalistic, and no.
BC said it snowed this morning here in Colorado, just a dusting though. Yeah, we got about 3 inches overnight, and we're expecting another snowstorm to roll through in the next day or so, so we'll see how much that adds. But temps have been up above freezing each afternoon, so stuff is starting to melt, which makes the van even more dirty than what it already was. And we're not going to wash it until, if you know Alaska, it's just a big mud hole right now. So as the afternoon comes, everything melts, and then it gets dirty, and then it melts again the next day, and then it snows and melts and freezes, and it's just nasty right now.
What do you call a stick that doesn't work? See, I suck at telling jokes.
You don't remember the answer?
I don't remember the joke. I gave you the punchline before I told the joke. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't work? I tried.
Oh my god. Dana.
If you have jokes, just tell me, because I really cannot tell a joke. What do you call a stick that doesn't... What do you call a boomerang that doesn't work? A stick. Haha.
Dana says, waking up to snow was a sight for sure. We got about 3 inches ourselves out in the Matsu. And the first week of their van is done.
Yay! What kind of... Wait, did they tell us what kind of van they have?
No, she hasn't.
Dana, tell
She
us.
just said she was a new van lifer.
I think we have heard from Dana, but you might have to remind us.
So JP asks, why can't you head for the mountains? We could. We're just trying to be a positive influence, I guess. A responsible influence.
Yeah. I want nothing more in the world right now than to head for the mountains and go for a hike. And there's some things that sort of weigh on our mind, like way back in the back of our mind, and I'm going to sound a little bit dramatic, and I hope not to, but if anything were to happen to us right now, anything, even if
Or if we traveled through somewhere and something happened.
Yeah,
I think that would be the worst thought.
Small communities don't really have the resources to deal with what's going on in Alaska, and also if anything were to happen right now, we would have to deal with it alone.
Van Trekking Lifestyle said, we are proud of you guys for being such an awesome examples of doing the right thing for others. By the way, Maggie smiled when Ember came on the screen.
Yay!
Oh, we
Hi,
miss
Maggie.
you guys. If you don't know, Van Trekking is one of our closest friends. We spent almost the entire last summer traveling around with them, and we seriously miss those Owen, Len, and of course Maggie. Maggie gets the zoom zooms, and she's so hilarious.
Maggie gets the zoom zooms, and Ember won't stay out of water, and when they're together, it's so much fun.
Dana said our smoke shops are open here in the valley. Ours are open here in Anchorage too. They're limiting how many people can go in.
I think they do like curbside delivery. Not that I know, because I can't.
I might murder this name. Burgett? Burgett Herliff?
Burgett Herliff.
He says, hi from southern BC.
Hi, Burgett.
BC is probably one of our favorite Canadian provinces that there is. We absolutely friggin' loved it in BC. That was one of our first real, true, in the nature boondocking locations.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
That river.
That was, I think, that when I realized we were just outside of Jasper, we found this boondocking place on Iowa Lander, and we pulled in at night. We couldn't see anything, and when I woke up that morning, I told Jim that I wanted to die there. I wanted to spend the rest of my life in BC, wherever we were at, right by that beautiful river. While he's scrolling through your comments and you're saying hi, I have a joke for you. Okay, I'll try not to butcher
Is it a
this
stick?
one. Okay, so let me ask you, how do you weigh a millennial? You ready? In Instagrams.
You're such a dork.
Told you I suck. Instagrams, get it?
All right, Doug from Alberta asks, so you like the cassette toilet as opposed to a black tank? Seriously, that... Yes, we absolutely 150,000%. I don't know if we can be any more enthusiastic about this. We love our cassette toilet. It is so easy. Even in the middle of winter, we can just pop into a bathroom, dump our cassette toilet, and be completely free of all that nastiness. We don't have to worry about finding places to dump. There's no issues at all. The cassette toilet is perfect.
Yep. And not once have I smelled it. So we're sitting in here, and you know how sometimes in motorhomes you can smell a cassette toilet? Never. No. How in motorhomes you can smell a black tank. Oh, if you're wondering, we have previously owned motorhomes before. I have owned a Class A and a Class C. Do you want to know what I think about the difference between the three? I think you already know. You can see how happy I am.
BC asks, if I may ask, how's the van with your insulation you added? You have a newer mattress as well, I think. How's that? The insulation, so we did the back half of the van. What I'm going to be working on over the next 2 weeks or so is the front half of the van, so we can have it completely insulated and ready to go for our 1-year review. In the back half of the van, it is a huge difference. Not only does it get rid of the sound dampening, it has impacted how warm the walls are, and I'm not a short guy, so I tend to touch my feet on the wall on one side, and you like to touch your feet on one wall.
I like to have my feet up against the wall.
But so we can tell a difference between the non-insulated and insulated. If we're up here, when we touch the walls, we can feel the cold air coming in. You cannot feel that in the back. It makes a huge difference. As far as the mattress goes, Cynthia made a fantastic mattress that was homemade. We absolutely love it, and it is incredibly comfortable, believe it or not. It's more comfortable than anything else we sleep on.
Yeah, this mattress has been amazing. In fact, I look back there. Back there's my little den. I like to just sit back there, read, hang out by myself. You know, when you're stuck with this guy and just him for... It's been since March 13th since I've seen any of my friends. Back there's like a cool place to hang out every now and then. How are we doing just together? You guys, it's rough.
We get tired of each other sometimes, but so we separate in the van.
Yeah.
Or when she goes on a trip, that's always rough, because then it's just me and Ember. And Ember barks.
I don't know if this has been easy on anybody's relationships. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, usually when we're out and we're boondocking or we're traveling, we are still socializing with people and we're getting to know people.
Normally.
While we're out there. Yeah. But now we can't do any of that. So now it's like 100%, we're like opposite directions. If we see someone and I mean, it just makes it a lot harder.
Well, I have a great story to tell you about that. So, you know, in our videos, I think a lot of you have seen that Jim is very camera shy. Outside of our videos, Jim is very outgoing and he likes to go out and meet people. We had a van who was kind of traveling beside us a few days ago, and he pulled off, and Jim was about to pull off with him, and he's like, "Hey, we should go talk to him, blah blah blah." And I was like,
Or social
normally
distancing.
I would, but in this day and age, we didn't, and that's the hard part about all this.
Yeah, I like to meet people. Unfortunately, we can't meet people.
Yeah.
JP said, Cynthia, knock knock.
Who's there?
BC said, have the batteries being outside been an issue at all? No, they have not. Actually, if they were lithium, we wouldn't have been able to do a lot of things that we have because they're AGM. They do stay charged. The 2021 does come with the lithium batteries. The problem with that is if you don't keep the van heated non-stop and continuously, then you're going to have the same problem as if they're outside. So up in the air on how that's going to work out.
Haha, JP. I don't know, I'll go look. What happened to the guy who sued over his luggage? What happened to the guy who sued over his missing luggage? Something like that.
Chad says, what do you call a Revel in a driveway?
Ah, pathetic.
ARV park.
Okay, so what happened to
I
the
actually like that one.
what happened to the guy who sued over his luggage? Like, he sued somebody over his missing luggage. This is supposed to be a joke, but I told you I suck at telling jokes.
Dana says she has a 2007 Chevy Cargo that she's working on.
Nice.
I've insulated and will finish in the summer.
Yeah, there's absolutely no perfect converted van, pre-converted van, as long as you love it. I have several friends who are in their vans living full-time, part-time.
When we can, we would love to come see it because maybe you'd get some ideas from what we have in here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works, right?
Sure, the layout.
So,
But
yeah.
the punchline, what happened to the guy who sued over his missing luggage? He lost his case.
JP says, makes sense just to hunker. Then I agree, guys. Maggie is too cute. Van tracking, do a split screen with you guys so we can get a concert. He's so good.
Can we do that?
You know, that would be an amazing idea. I don't know if we can do it right now, but maybe in a future video, we would love to do that with van tracking. So
who suggested that?
JP did.
JP, so honestly, if we could figure out how to do a split screen with van trekking and live in the RV local life, I love her personality. If we could find a way to
and Christina and
yeah, how do we Zoom all this? How do we bring us all together so we can just show you what we're doing? We are literally parked at our home base, drinking wine on a Friday night.
You get all four of us together, you'd be in trouble.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So anyway, back to the people who have vans and what you use them for. It really depends on you. I have recently started talking to my friend Unbound Overland, and if you are on here, I hope that you say hi. But he has his van that he's been living out of, and he does this amazing photography, and he's on Instagram. And at first you don't really know if you know somebody, and then you start to talk to them and you start to make this connection, and it's freaking incredible. So it really doesn't matter what type of van you have, as long as you are out there using it and enjoying it.
Doug said, you mean next to Alberta. Alberta's cool, but we love BC. Yeah, I gotta admit.
We do have a lot of Canadian friends.
Chris Keller said, "Hi guys."
Hi, Chris.
Steve Lasley Photography said, "Hello, he's glad he got to see us live."
So I think what I'm getting from all of this live thing is Jim can be sitting here like reading out what you're saying. You guys can see what each other are saying. I think that what's important is that I hear and see, or he hears and see what you're saying, and then we talk about it, right?
Yep.
It's not like you guys can't see that so-and-so just said hi. So we're figuring all this out.
Terry said, "I was reading recently that a lot of times the smell in a motorhome is not a black tank, but the gray tanks. There are no P traps in the system." We don't have a problem with our gray tanks either. But
No.
then,
We haven't been really technically using our gray tank.
we wash dishes in there, but then we dump it. I mean,
Yeah, we maybe it's like a white trash way of winterizing things. I don't know, but we kind of like wash dishes, dump it,
add antifreeze.
add antifreeze, wash dishes, dump it, add antifreeze.
Doug said, "Make sure you show the front half of the installation project." Yes, that'll be in our upcoming videos. Either this next week or the week after, one of the two. So,
You're saying hi right now, you guys. Thank you. Don't forget, just hit that button. Thumbs up. I kind of want to know, for those of you who've been following along with us for a while now, how you felt about what I did behind the scenes. So as you know, I come back to Anchorage. I get on an airplane. I travel. I'm really confused if I should show you what I did with like the day in the life of a flight attendant. And you see, one of the reasons why I haven't is because we have a social media policy. I don't want to break that. But yet in the last one, I think I did a beautiful job of not breaking the social media policy. Are you interested in what's going on outside of here?
Chaz says, "It's a real shame Winnebago did not insulate the van properly." So we've covered that in a lot of our videos, Chaz. In our opinion,
I'll let you.
if you're in the lower 48, you're in a normal state, in normal temperatures, this van is insulated properly. If you're in extreme temperatures up in the mountains and somewhere super cold, then yeah, it's helpful to add some insulation. We get, some of the vans have more insulation than others, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly which van you're talking about, and they're not all done the same. Through the Facebook group, you've seen multiple that had no insulation in the back doors at all, and then some have partial insulation. Ours happen to have partial insulation. We just changed that insulation altogether. So it's up in the air. I don't know. I don't know the right answer.
Let me be transparent. We knew that we wanted an all-seasons van, and when we looked at it, we honestly were not 100% concerned about the insulation. When we saw that other people were upgrading their insulation, we figured that wouldn't be such a bad idea. Maybe 8 hours of work, some Havelock wool insulation. Why not upgrade it since we're going to be in negative degree temperatures? When we originally looked at it, we were looking at other types of vans that had polar packages that didn't quite seem enough. And the insulation wasn't something we even considered. But when we saw that we could actually add insulation to our van, we figured, why not? That's as transparent as I can get, let's add some Havelock wool and make it better, and it has made a huge difference. That's all I can really say about it.
And it makes a difference for noise insulation too. I mean, I don't know. It's paid off in the long run.
Winnebago could insulate it a little bit better, but from a business perspective, when let's say 80% of the people who buy the van live in Florida, California, Colorado, Oregon, why would they want to put that extra money into insulating it when the majority of their customer base doesn't really need it. That's just my thought.
Terry Burns asked, is Cynthia having conversations with Tim Kim yet? Well, yes, she does have conversations with him.
Yeah.
Yes, I have found her under the bed with him.
Yeah. He's under the bed. Tim Kim is totally my friend, and there's a reason why I haven't really, shown Tim Kim a lot lately. He's been a little quiet.
We just want him to pop up on occasion.
You'll see in our 12-month review why he's hanging out, but Tim Kim, unfortunately, has become very close to me and a very dear part of my heart.
Renee said she'll show us how we can all stream together.
Okay, I would like that. So Renee, when we talked about that before, there was this app to download, and it didn't work on our Mac and it didn't work on our iPhone, so I'd really like to know how that works.
Yeah, we'll reach out to you, Renee.
Oh, and Tim Kim, one of our friends, and I hope that you're watching this, maybe not right now, you might be watching this later, named him her T Kim. I like that, T Kim. Tim Kim, T Kim.
Terry says, my son says, how does a lady vampire flirt?
How does a lady vampire flirt?
She bats her eyes.
Oh, God.
Renee said we can have up to 6 at one time.
I was thinking she sucks your soul out, but whatever.
James asked, when can we expect the yearly review? It'll probably be not next week, maybe the week after. So like two and a half weeks from now or so.
So the way I would like this to work is to be able to film it next weekend out in the middle of nowhere and then release it the following weekend so we can actually put some love into it. I know that I have seen other people out there doing their 1 year Revel reviews, and they're good. I really want to put some thought and love into this because we're not doing this for reasons that other people might be doing it. We're doing this because we really want to show you what it's like and what we think about the Revel. And I want to put some work into it. So I think that will take me at least 4 or 5 days. So I would say we're going to film it next weekend and then release it the following weekend.
We will say that our 1 year review will be about storage solutions within the Winnebago Revel.
There will be storage solutions, there will be modifications, there will be how we feel about the cassette toilet depth, the bed, the lift system, the flooring, how everything is made, the engine.
The issues we've had, because we have had some pop up recently.
We have had a few issues pop up recently.
Renee said, I love the flight attendant video, that was cool.
Thanks.
Would love this behind the scene of Jump 2. That.
He can't do that. Sorry.
Most everyone's saying they like the flight attendant videos.
Thank you.
Terry says, I enjoyed it a lot, but I was surprised you put it out there, and you may get too much of that out there if you're not careful once you get trolls. Yeah, there were a few trolls already on that video.
Yeah. Somehow the flight attendant video got shared on Tumblr, and I don't really know a whole lot about Tumblr. My son had to explain it to me. It got shared through our analytics. We could see that got shared on WhatsApp, Facebook messaging, and there was people who had a few fetishes, I guess you could say. And it did kind of creep me out a little bit, but the whole point of that video was showing that something is going on behind the scenes, and that it's not something that's shared in the media. I think for the first time yesterday, I saw an ad for, I think it was Tamron Hall, and I don't even know who she is. I just saw an ad, and it was behind the scenes on first responders and people who are on the front lines, like nurses, doctors, police officers, and flight attendants. Was actually the first time I had ever seen that considered, and I put it out there because I don't feel like there's enough going out there about what we're doing and how we are conflicted between maintaining our mission for critical infrastructure, but yet also feeling like we could possibly be spreading it at the same time. And also the response to people when they discover that you're a flight attendant, or when they're on the plane, and how they feel about you. It's a really transitional period in my life right now in terms of my career. You go from being loved and respected, and everybody, like I said in the video, wanting something from you, to now it's like cringing. And if you don't want to be around a flight attendant, then don't fly. That
Chaz said his had foam blocks. He'll be upgrading it too, even for heat rejection in summer. Yes, it does help with that. Also, we do recommend Havelock wool. That's just our recommendation. But we did a lot of research in the different types of insulation out there, and health impacts and things that could happen, and mold and everything else, because we don't want any of that.
Do you know what I want
So
to do?
one of the things we will do is
Open it up.
As we get closer to summer, and show whether there's mold back there or not, because we've obviously had condensation within the van. So we'll be able to show that and demonstrate, okay, does this really work to what the manufacturer is saying? And if it doesn't, then we'll say, hey, don't go have Havelock wool. What did it cost to insulate the whole van? So probably by the time we do the front half, it'll be about $250. Double that for us for shipping. Unfortunately, it costs almost just as much for the shipping up here in Alaska as it does for the wool itself. So $150 in the back plus shipping was about $300, and then $150 in the front. Double that, $300, so about $600 total. If we didn't have to worry about shipping, obviously it would be a lot cheaper.
I am insulationed out. We've talked about insulation a lot this past year, and I'm going to keep it simple. I'm really glad we did it. And if you're considering it, don't forget, you can always ask us how we did it. I think if we didn't have it, it'd be a little bit more drafty.
Wallace French asks, do you have an opinion on the bolt?
Oh, yeah. Well, if I could see the bolt in person, I would have a much better opinion on it. I will tell you that when we were looking at vans and I saw a video of the van and I saw a video of the Revel, I didn't like the Revel. I liked the Coachman Galleria. And then I saw a video on the Bolt, and I was like, well, I don't know. I didn't know how I felt about it. So honestly, I would have to step into the Bolt to tell you how I have an opinion on it. I would have to drive it. I would have to probably take it out and see what it's like to drive. What sold us on the Revel was the short wheelbase and
The back end,
yeah,
the height, the clearance.
the four-wheel drive. Is the Bolt four-wheel drive?
Yeah.
Four-wheel drive was very, very important to us. Four-wheel drive, we wouldn't have gotten to the places that we are now, that we've gotten to, if it wasn't for four-wheel drive.
So do we like the electrical system on the Bolt? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, and
I mean, ours has not been a problem for us. Obviously, during the winter, solar ain't going to help you anyways. So that's been sort of a struggle where you've got to go for a drive if you want to have your batteries recharging. But during the summer, we have zero issues with solar. We have 24 hours daylight up here, so everything stays charged. Doug said behind the scenes was cool. Too bad there are trolls out there. Yep.
I'm not worried about the trolls. In fact, on that video, I didn't get a whole lot of trolls. I think that a lot of the dislikes came from when it was shared on Tumblr, and that was kind of weird. I don't know how that happened, but I won't show behind the scenes a whole lot. But I just kind of wanted to give you guys who follow us most often an understanding of who we are and what we do.
So Fred asked, does your Revel have the high idle option? No, our Revel does not have a high idle option. If you want a high idle, you've got to come up with some kind of way to hold down the gas pedal. And oftentimes what we've been finding most people do is use for our outside table, using that table leg to try to sort of jam it in there as a high idle. So
Yeah,
that's sort of the solution to that issue.
but I'm kind of curious, what do you need that for?
To let it idle longer
For what?
so it doesn't mess up your engine. Because you don't want to idle over 30 minutes at normal speed.
But why would you idle over 30 minutes at normal speed?
I don't know.
Okay. There's
If
a
you're
lot.
cooking for a long time.
Oh, okay.
James asks, have you met others in person that have a Revel and pick up any ideas from them on mods that can be done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have, James. So one of our friends up here is Tim Kelly. He has
Tim,
done
hi.
a lot of modifications to his Revel, and he gives us ideas all the time. As a matter of fact, he's the one that hooked us up with the mirror that's in our bathroom for Cynthia, and he throws out ideas to us every time we see him. He's a great guy. So if you don't know him, he's in the Winnebago Revel 4x4 Facebook group, and he comes up with a ton of stuff, to include an app that he has, which is called the Revel Level, which you can use on your iPhone and try to help level yourself when you're parking. He does, I don't know, his brain is too big for his
I know.
own
I was
self.
just sitting here thinking, Tim is a very subtle, kind genius, and he comes up with stuff that is just unremarkable. He will learn how to weld from YouTube videos and create grids for your sidestep. I don't even know where to begin with him, but yes, we have interacted and met other Revel owners and talked about mods.
Jeff, who is on here somewhere, I don't know if
Jeff,
he still
I don't know if
is.
you're still there, Jeff, but he gave us this really cool paper towel mod to how to hang our paper towels up without taking up space.
Yeah, so he comes up with it. I mean, anytime we can meet a Reveler, we're happy to meet a Reveler, and we steal ideas from them, or they give us ideas. We always give them credit for the ideas that they have. So
I think that
we
right now
appreciate
there's
that.
maybe 4 or 5 people in Alaska that actually have Revels. They're very rare up here.
Yep. They don't sell them here.
It gets no, they don't sell them up here, and it gets a lot of like sort of interesting attention.
Doug says we'll be looking forward to seeing the insulation condition or hearing your analysis with regards to mold, mildew, etc.
Yeah.
We will show the analysis, and we aren't just going to talk about it. We'll actually tear the doors off and let you guys see it for yourself, so that you can make your own determination on those.
Everything that we do to the van, we're going to be completely transparent about. We are not sponsored by Winnebago. Everything that we have come up with has been either a suggestion from a friend or just an idea that somebody else gave us. So when we did the Havelock wool insulation, we thought, well, great, right? So keep in mind that we're not here to like try to sell you anything, or we're here to show you what we love and what we love to do. So taking off the back panels, I think that'll be fun just to show you. And if it's weird, we'll show you that it's weird.
We're caught up, finally.
Yay!
Everyone left, though.
I don't think everyone left. We still have a few people here who are hanging out with us. So honestly, right now, I'm waiting for dinner. You might be wondering why we're even out here.
Doug asks, when are we installing a winch? We do plan to. We actually found a bumper that we really want to order, and it's just a matter of saving up some money in order to do it at this point.
Yeah.
So our last mod that we're receiving this week took away some of our mod funding. So now we got to rebuild that back up, and then we'll do our next one, which is going to be 100% for sure the bumper, because we know what we want.
Yeah, I have it picked out. I have communicated with the company. I have tried to figure out a way to get it up to Alaska. I'm excited. You guys might already know what it is, though.
So yes, we will be we will have a winch and lighting, etc.
I can see the questions popping up right in front of me, but yet he's reading the questions, even though I actually probably should just respond to what I see pop up in front of me.
Well, now he's asking, well, what's for dinner?
Going back and forth on whether or not DoorDash is safe or whether we should be doing it, but my 18-year-old son, I hope maybe he's watching, I don't know, is supposed to be bringing us wild wings, chicken wings. We'll see if he shows up. I don't know if he's gonna show up, but if he shows up, I'll say hi. You guys get to say hi to. Well, he's actually gonna be 19. You know what's really hard about all this is there's birthdays, right? There's all these birthdays that are happening in March and April and May for all of our kids, and that is so hard. I'm trying to find a creative way to come up with like how to celebrate the next birthday that's coming up for my 19-year-old son, and it's been hard. What are we gonna do? Go to a parking lot and get everybody together with less than 10 people? And if you have suggestions, let me know. I'll be right back.
Chaz says bumpers will take ages to get now, I'm guessing. Yeah, it probably would. If we were to order it right now, who knows how long it'll take, but we'll just take our time, and when the time is right, then we'll make that order and we'll get it installed. It'll definitely be before probably winter, I'm guessing.
I like the lights that are on the bumper we're considering.
Doug says Alberta beef. I guess your beef is really good. You know, some of the best beef that we had was when we were in Hawaii, and from Hana Farm. Oh my God. Their steaks were amazing. All right, Renee, have a great day.
Night.
Have a great night. Thanks for watching. We always appreciate seeing you. Yeah, we'll reach out to you and let you know when we want to do that split screen. We'll get with Van Trekking and try to set it up. Man, it got quiet now.
Which means we gotta be entertaining. So, I just used the cassette toilet. I'm trying to go check to see if our food is here. Okay, couple jokes. So what brings you here today? Said the marriage counselor. The wife said, he takes everything literally. I can't stand it. And the husband said, as an answer to what brings you here today, my truck. Yeah, I Googled that. Did we fix our DEF issues, and how? We have a solution to our DEF issue. When we discovered that as soon as it's minus 20 to minus 40 below, the DEF freezes, and actually DEF freezes at minus 12 degrees from what I understand. And we have a solution for it through Alaska Tent and Tarp. And they created a solution where they'll put a blanket around it and heat it. However, because of everything that's been going on and our time, and we haven't had that happen, we will find a solution, or we will utilize that solution for our DEF problem in the future. I guess it's a 12-volt heated blanket that goes around our DEF tank that will prevent our DEF from freezing below minus 12 degrees. I hope that helps. When this van is called all seasons, I believe it's all seasons up to probably minus 10. We were in minus 27 degrees when we started that video, when we started that trip, and then it didn't have issues until we were down to minus 40. So for the typical all-season adventure, it's okay. We have 40 people in here right now, so if you just joined us, you might have questions for us that we haven't already answered. Go ahead and ask us those questions. Tell us where you're coming from. Say hi. Don't just sit here and watch and be a weird lurker. Say hi. Right now, the way it works is Jim looks at the questions on his phone. I'm not quite sure that works out very well for us. I like to see it pop up and answer you when you say hi. I think there's a lag between the two. And don't forget to give us a thumbs up, because that helps support our channel. And you guys, this isn't really about just our channel. This is about our interaction with you as well. Okay, that joke really went dun dun dun. I started Googling jokes, so if you have them, let me know, because I am not good at telling jokes. So, what do you call a guy who's had too much to drink? I've had one glass of wine. I'm like savoring it. What do you call a guy who's had too much to drink? You call him a cab. Okay, so do we use a cell phone booster? No, we have not invested in a Wi-Fi booster or a cell phone booster. In fact, our Chuck Norris jokes. Our internet service in Alaska has actually been fabulous. And thanks for laughing. I appreciate that. Our cell phone service in Alaska has been great. We do want to get a sat phone, and that's because when we are out in the middle of nowhere and when we wanted to go to the Arctic Circle, it was the first time that we actually felt a little sense of uncertainty. I know that in that video I got a lot of crap about, if you don't feel good about going out and doing something like that, maybe you shouldn't be going out and doing it. If you're not adventurous, and don't go out and do it, blah, blah, blah. Well, my uncertainty wasn't the fact of what we were doing. It was the fact that we had absolutely no communication. And if I was able to communicate, then maybe I would have been a little bit more comfortable in what we were filming. And it was filmed like 100% real. And if I get anxious, it's 100% understandable that I do. So that was kind of interesting feedback from people out there, but I would feel a lot more comfortable and a lot more at ease if we had a sat phone. If I would have been able to, I don't know if I told you guys this, but when we said we were going to look up what was happening to us at minus 40 degrees in the manual, we didn't have the manual. Long story short. So it took getting back to having cell phone service and knowing that we had 10 starts left that made me a little bit more comfortable. But if Jim was alone when all of that was happening, if Jim had been by himself and I hadn't been with him, he would have kept going. And he would have kept going with 10 starts left to the Arctic Circle. So, yeah. I kind of convinced him to turn around. I don't know. Anyway, Wi-Fi, cell phone booster, absolutely not. Haven't needed it. Sat phone, yes, we need to get one. He is trying to be discreet here, but it's not really working very well.
Where are you?
I was talking about sat phones and if we have Wi-Fi. I don't know. I just see what pops up here.
Diane said, hi, Cynthia and Jim from Minnesota.
Hi, Diane. How's everything in Minnesota?
BC said, when Superman goes to bed, he wears Chuck Norris pajamas.
Superman goes to bed, he wears Chuck Norris pajamas. That's hilarious. Hello from Texas. And we are staying safe. You stay safe as well. I actually don't think I think you're being discreet there. I can totally see him pouring his Bud Light into his cup, but nice try. The only reason why we do that is because of YouTube restrictions, but we are staying extremely safe. In fact, there's times we wonder if we're not trying too hard to be safe. If that makes sense. Like, at what point do you realize that you are overreacting or underreacting, or I guess it's better to
be on the safe side.
Overreact than underreact. So again, everything has changed for us. We have stopped traveling on the road. We are currently plugged in, and we have the shades up for a reason. We're staying safe. This is my sanctuary. They're getting it 12 beating. Oh, couldn't read it. Like pops up.
James asks, is the snow melting fast enough for you yet? No, it's not. So we actually just had a snowstorm last night. We got 3 fresh inches of snow, and we're supposed to have another storm moving in tomorrow. So it was warming up. Everything is just like a melt, freeze, nasty Alaska springtime. I don't know. We have real breakups.
I'm patiently waiting to answer this question after his ramble. No, the snow has not stopped, but yes, I'm super happy that it's still snowing and that it's still cold, because now we don't have to deal with all the other stuff that summer brings. Mosquitoes and bears, and apparently we don't have to worry about tourists now.
Assam is joining us from Texas. Hello, Texas. We love Texas.
Don't get him started on Texas. Like, let's just keep this rolling.
Go Cowboys! James asks, what kind of wine do you like?
Oh gosh. You want to see what I'm drinking? Am I allowed to show it?
No.
Okay. Personally, I like Pinots that are really good. I'm not usually a huge wine drinker. I like to drink Woodford Reserve or something that's a little bit more warming. We haven't been to the store in a while to get what I want. I've resorted to Boda Box. Can I say that?
Yep.
Yeah. Pinot and Merlot. And what was the place we visited? A winery in Portland, which is absolutely 100% my favorite. In Oregon, yeah. Willamette Valley wine.
And then what's my favorite drink? So typically, if we're just somewhere, it's Bud Light.
Water.
But if we're out and we go to a brewery, which is my favorite, it's all different kinds. We love going to different breweries. We love going to different wineries, and
we can't show that though, and that really sucks. Yeah. We don't show that side of our lives because I think that YouTube is just on us with that. So there's quite a few things you won't see. You get it. But yeah, wine. This is Boda Box.
BC said, come summertime, I can only imagine what it's like to have the sun stay up so late. That must be so cool. It's incredible. If you watched the videos that we showed with the midnight sun up north in the Arctic, just amazing. I mean, we are definitely going to go up there again and spend a little bit more time, especially in the Alaska side, because we only spent a couple days when we went up there last time. So This summer, we'll spend a little bit more time up there.
I think we need to spend a little bit more time showing you what 24 hours of daylight is like. It's pretty surreal.
So when we go fishing in the summer, we don't have to stop fishing because it's daylight out all night long. So typically we'll try to time it right so that we hike down like probably 8 o'clock at night, fish until midnight, catch our fish, cook right there on the beach side, and then after midnight we can catch another limit and then hike back up to the van. So we'll try to show that this summer and let you experience it with us.
I think that this summer we'll probably have even better luck fishing. So usually we can go out to our spot, catch our limit, wait, go until midnight, catch our limit again, sleep, wait, eat, fish. It's kind of a good time. It's hard to kind of capture that all in a video, but it's fun. He even processes our fish here in the van, and then we freeze it in
the van so that we can continue fishing.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the requirements, right? Once you catch your limit, you've got to have the fish processed, and usually you can have 2 days of bag limit, which means 2 days worth of fishing, and then you have to leave, process your fish, and then you can go back. Well, the nice thing about the van is we can do it all right here.
Yep.
Which means we never have to leave. We just fish until we run out of space.
Gets a little stinky though, but I have to like force him to wash his hands. Get the stink off. What kind of shoes does a lazy man wear? Loafers.
James says Captain Morgan and Coke for him.
Captain Morgan and Coke.
I like Jack and Coke.
You can't have Jack and Coke. He is not allowed to drink Crown and Coke anymore. Sorry.
I like Crown and Coke too.
Nope, can't happen.
Jeremy said, awesome cup, I have that one. Which one?
This one? Or, okay, so I gotta show you
Which
this
one?
cup. So there's cactus, can't touch this. Or this one is like, kind of beat up, but which one do you have, Jeremy? I like the can't touch it one. I think that's the one he probably has.
Josh asks, what's your favorite craft beer? My favorite craft beer is Panty Peeler.
Oh, that was gonna be mine. I was like, shut up. Yeah, it's called Panty Peeler.
It's from up here in Alaska, super strong, super good, and I think that's both of our favorites.
The other one I like is Raspberry Wheat, and it's from the Glacier Brew House Company, and it's sweet, but you can't really drink a whole lot of it. But Panty Peeler is, I like the name.
Kayak Dreamer said, Wild Turkey American Honey is my favorite whiskey.
Yes, Wild Turkey Honey. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you should try bourbon though. Bourbon is delicious. I tried a peach. I think it was a wild bird something the other day, Kayak Dreamer, and it wasn't that great. But Wild Turkey is spot on, delicious. And what I love about it is you can have like 3 or 4 sips and just feel good and not be drunk and not have to get stupid.
JP likes Bailey's Irish Cream.
Yes. Okay, I think JP figured out my special coffee in the morning. That is how I start the day.
James asks, how often do you ride your bike, seeing you're in the van most weekends? Well, we're actually going to try.
Yeah.
We found a trailer that we want to get at some point, and if that works out for us, then we'll be taking our bikes with us while we're on the road rather than not having them. So we're hoping that works out.
And
But I do ride my motorcycle quite often.
he's talking to you as he's like reading that, so he's like down here. So let's talk about our bikes for a minute, shall we? Motorcycles were part of our lives long before the van was, and motorcycles were a part of Jim's life long before I was a part of his life, and there was a reason why I was afraid of motorcycles. I'm going to give you a little tip. Those of you who have actually, the 35 of you who have stuck with us for the past hour, you okay with me telling it? Okay. You good?
Mm-hmm.
So I used to be a dispatcher for 911, and I had a boyfriend that had passed away on a motorcycle. The story behind that is just kind of a Debbie Downer type story, and I told myself I would never get on a motorcycle again. And I was actually the one who answered the call for his accident. So, oh gosh, I told myself that I would never get on a motorcycle again, and then when I met Jim, he gently encouraged me to get on a bike. I don't know if I should tell you this. Anyway, I got on the back of the bike with him, and I felt safe and happy, and it was good. He helped me get over that fear. And then I went to abate, and I took my own motorcycle class, and I absolutely loved it. And I think that one of the things I realized from this whole experience, without telling you all of the drama, is that you can have a fear and you can overcome that fear and still enjoy life. And then last summer I fell off my bike and broke a foot. I was out of work for 8 weeks.
2 summers ago.
2 summers ago, yes. It was my own fault. It was something silly. So then I started to think maybe this isn't worth it. That's a short story.
Diane says things in Minnesota sound pretty much like what's going on in Alaska weather-wise. It's a big mud hole here too. Back to frozen today and warm tomorrow.
Yeah. Don't know what you're going to get weather-wise here.
JP asked if we would put a generator on eventually, since we basically have a second alternator. Yes. Eventually we'll probably have a generator just so we can run our AC if we're down in the States in the middle of summer, I guess.
We were planning to head south in May, and as you know, all that changed. So the plan was to get a really quiet generator, because we've experienced generators over the past year that were just like, seriously, you guys, what are you thinking? Because these generators are loud. They're putting them on at 11:30 midnight. We would need a really small, quiet generator. And if you have suggestions for a really good, quiet, small generator, just let us know.
Josh asked, kind of want to ignore this one, why is Jim not allowed Jack? Need details. Well, I have a little bit of fun when I have Jack. So,
Okay. Do you want me to answer that? It's not allowed. You know, this actually was a personal decision on both of our parts, but Jim, okay, have you ever met anybody who doesn't have a shut-off switch? Like, they don't know when to shut anything off. No matter what they do, they just don't have this switch that says, okay, maybe it's time to stop. Is that a subtle enough answer for you? So we made some decisions in terms of like Jack, Crown.
I'll just go until I fall asleep, basically.
Yeah.
Jeremy says, no, the pretty colored one that kind of changes colors. Oh, and it's Maggie. Hi, Maggie.
Fan tracking, are you still with us?
Maggie was talking about your color.
Oh.
It was Jeremy and Maggie.
Okay.
How many Mercedes-Benz Sprinter dealerships in Alaska? One, but it's not Mercedes-Benz. So there's one place that we can take. Well, I think there's two. I think there's one in Fairbanks and one in Anchorage that we could take ours if we need warranty work or maintenance done, and it wasn't very cheap.
Our work is not done by Mercedes, it's done by Freightliner of Alaska.
Yeah.
I don't know what the politics are behind that, but there's one Mercedes dealership and they do not work on Sprinters.
But they have one tech at Freightliner who is Mercedes-Benz certified.
So I'm getting close because I see what you say before he does.
BC says, I love riding my bike. I have a 2009 Vulcan Nomad. It's been a great bike. So I have a GS Adventure. She has an Africa Twin.
And I think I brought this up before. It's like a dual clutch, and it can be automatic or manual. After breaking my foot, things might have changed a little bit.
Chris asked, what do we have hanging up here?
Oh,
It's a dream catcher.
I got it in Fairbanks. It's just a dream catcher. It was made in Canada. I'm not creative enough to make one myself. I'm paying attention to what you're saying right here because I feel like he's like...
Maggie says, anything you want to know about Jeremy that he won't tell you? He always says he's the most amazing, cleanest person in the world, Maggie. Doug says the Honda 2200 runs the AC.
Okay, so I've had 1 cup of wine. I'm gonna go get some more. But why doesn't McDonald's serve escargot?
I think we're all caught up. Does anyone else have any questions for us? Chris says we would get along just fine. I bet we would. So we love getting out. We love meeting people and socializing as we're on the road. And that's probably the hardest part of all of this is just being able to say, no, we can't hang out, or no, we can't do this or that. And so that makes it tough on us.
I have spent a lot of time in the past few days talking to my friends through text and just checking in with people, and kind of want to put this out there. I know that there's only like maybe 30 people in here right now. Check on the people that you love and check on those people that you love the most, because this is that time of year, right, where people start to kind of get in a slump. And with everything that's going on in the world right now, I don't want to get on a soapbox, but people are starting to feel the pressure, and they're starting to feel emotional, and they don't really know how they feel. So reach out to people. Reach out to people that you love, because right now is a really hard time. And make sure that your friends are okay.
So BC asked, is there a big difference between a 2019 and 2020 Revel? There is some differences between the two. The significant differences with 2021 Revel. The 2019 and 2020, they have a headliner here, which when I was in New Jersey, I showed the inside of the 2020 Revel, and That headliner, I could not do it. It would bunk my head every time I stood up. And even the folks I visited talked about that too, that they have to put liners on the top of that headliner in order to not hit their head.
I like
It has
this.
an automatic door, has a different thermometer,
Okay,
has a better entertainment center than we have.
can I tell you the things that I like?
Sure.
I like the position of on the 2021.
Well, we haven't gotten 2021 yet.
Okay, well
We're
I just
talking about
got
2020.
2020. I want to tell you what I like about the 2021.
Okay, talk about 2021.
The position of the refrigerator. It's like right there in front of you right now. If I wanted to grab anything to eat or drink, it would be right there in front of me. I wouldn't have to go over there and bend down and get it. I like the lithium batteries being on the inside. And that sink, you guys, I feel like it. From what I understand, that though the 2021 MSRP right now is $180,000. That made me sick to my stomach just thinking about that. So no, that's not okay. But in terms of the little things that they've made better, the 2020, Steamboat Springs is my home, right?
Yep.
Steamboat Springs is my home.
He did a fantastic
He did
job.
a beautiful video on the 2020 Revel because he has one. If you have not seen Steamboat Springs is my home on YouTube, go and check him out because he has a 2020 and he talks about the differences, or he talks about what he likes about it in terms of like changing gears. He can do a manual shift. What do you think about that?
We can do it here too.
Okay, apparently we can do that in the 2019 as well.
I do it all the time.
We do. We don't have to use the brakes to go to it. But there was other things that he liked about it that I was like, ooh. But okay, if you want to figure it out, go to him and see his 2020 review, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah. So Josh asked if you can give him a quick tour of our Revel
Oh God.
as it is right now, without showing the bottom because we obviously don't want to
Yeah.
give any spoilers away.
Let me hide one thing.
And you guys are about to get a quick live Revel or live tour of our Revel, even though
I wasn't ready for this,
we
but
do have our 2020 stuff coming up.
I think that there's like one thing that we have to hide only because it's YouTube, and you might be able to figure out what that is. So let's go. Okay. Josh, this is for you. Right now up here, this is like how things have been the past week. I have a hat from Agile Off-Road and some Overland Gear Guy. This is where I put all my crap. I don't know what you can see or what you can hear. Oh, yep, there you go. That usually rolls around on the dashboard. We have another one right here. Sorry. Up here we have our shades. I'm gonna just move back for you for the tour. This is a very impromptu. I was not expecting this tour. This Velcro up here. Can you see that? It's for a blanket that I put up in the winter to keep the cold and the warm in. Our table. What's up here? I kind of can't see what you see right now, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn the light on. The bed is not made because I did not expect anybody in my house, but we have some of the cameras that we use. If you're interested in what we use for filming, it's just kind of sitting right here. This back thing right here is another thing we're going to show in a review. And this is the blanket that we put on top, up front. There's Ember. the carpeting that I put down. I'm afraid to open this drawer. Wow, this is a totally raw impromptu. This is where I put all my personal stuff. Because it's right here by the bathroom. I'm gonna open the bathroom. This is our storage solutions right now. So Jim doesn't have wide angle on his phone like I do, so each one of these, I know exactly what's in each one. And then we actually have toilet paper and RV fluid. The SOG system that we're going to in place this summer. Yeah. Turn off the light. I like this too. I don't know if you can see this, but I like when I sleep at night to be able to plug whatever I need in. There's a 12 volt, and then I can also turn a light on for reading. My bed is not made. I like this little toilet paper towel little thing that Jeff, our friend, gave us an idea to put a bungee cord up. However, I can't show you what we're anticipating right now, but I'll show you outside right now. Give you a quick glimpse. What else? What's up here? We have our magma pots that stack. We'll show you that later, and a bunch of our other equipment in here.
Did you do the inside?
Yeah.
So, on the outside of the Revel, as we mentioned, we are currently driveway surfing. So, move into the back here. We've got our solar panel input for an exterior solar panel, plugins. As you can see, it's quite dirty right now. We are plugged into power right now, so this is where we plug into our power. Our cassette toilet here, we always have our gloves with us. We use our PPE for fueling up or anytime we're getting groceries or anything like that. And then our city water fill. And then of course, as we pointed out in a previous video, we did take a rock in our windshield. I don't know if that shows up or not. So we do have a cracked windshield right now as well.
He kind of freaked me out by going outside there a little bit. I do want to answer something that one of you just said about stripping down our clothes when we come inside. Yeah. That's a good one. Let's see. Okay, oh, that's a lot closer than it was before. Did you like the tour? We weren't expecting to give that real quick tour. Oh, very impromptu. The crack is bad on the windshield. We're going to wait for the crack on the windshield to fix it because we know we're going to get more chips and dings throughout spring because Alaska doesn't use salt. We use gravel. So when any truck or car decides to be a jerk and pass us, for some reason our windshields are very susceptible to cracks and dings. You mentioned us stripping down and before we come inside. Yes. You have no idea the precautions that we're taking to make sure that the family inside the home stays safe, because that family is so ridiculously important. And we have two family members. If you didn't see the beginning of this, but we have two family members that we have to protect. So I have no problem being isolated here in the van. When I come home from work, literally everything off into a plastic bag and social distancing. It's a tough subject right now. Also, you guys, I'm gonna just bring this up. You hear Ember? She must see somebody. Ember is like the most protected dog in the world. So yes, whenever we have to come back from wherever we were, we make sure that everything we have touched, everything that we own is completely isolated. And I think that that's why it's so hard for us to do the home base thing. You know, so many people are saying stay home. Our home isn't exactly a safe place for us to be. I hope that that makes sense.
It's all on you.
I know, because only me was in here. There we go.
So JP says, forgot, do you guys ski? I think you snowshoe. Do you guys watch Summers in Alaska? They have a nice family YouTube channel. So yes, I grew up skiing. I've skied my whole life. A few years ago, I took up snowboarding rather than skiing. Unfortunately, right now, all of our ski slopes up here in Alaska have shut down. So there is no skiing unless you're going to hike up the mountain yourself, which is okay, but I like going to the resorts.
I love skiing. I love cross-country skiing, and unfortunately, we don't want to own stuff like that personally, because we don't want to have to put it anywhere. So when we do stuff like that, we want to rent it, and right now,
That's not possible either.
yeah.
Do we watch Summers in Alaska? So, yes, we're aware of Summers in Alaska. We watched them for quite a while, and they got a little dramatic for us.
I'm glad you. Oh.
Just my opinion.
As Alaskans, when we first started this YouTube channel, we kind of wanted to know who was out there with YouTube in Alaska, and Summers in Alaska, they're freaking darn cute. So if you haven't had the chance to check them out, you really should. There's just sort of this route that is taken on YouTube to get subscribers, and just trying to avoid that route. They have a beautiful family, and Jessica is just freaking adorable. But when it comes to doing a video on what you use to prepare for winters in Alaska, and you spend 20 minutes talking about your snow pants, well, yes, we have seen them on occasion, but recently, no, not so much. If I could actually meet them in person, that would be amazing.
If you haven't ever noticed, there's another channel in Alaska called Leg Life. Leg Life Alaska, I think.
Leg Life Alaska, and
they do a fantastic job, and
Our Alaska Life.
Our Alaska Life, they really do a good job too. So those are two channels that we do recommend from Alaska. And what's that third one that's out in the valley?
Geez.
It's off-grid Alaska.
We love these guys. We absolutely love these guys. So these three Alaskan channels, if I know that we don't want to have the copyright to Alaska. There's so much more out there to see besides what we're showing you. So let me give you three suggestions. It's gonna take me a minute. So you
Leg
guys,
Life, who's all about Disney. Not Summers in Alaska, but Our Alaska Life, which talks about, it's similar to Summers in Alaska, except they're really down to earth, super sweet people, and ex-military, which drew us in right away. But they're super nice, and they're a family up there in Fairbanks or North Pole, Alaska.
oh my
And
gosh.
then
There's this channel that we pop in on every now and then, and they've said hi to us, but they're off grid and they are in, I want to say, Willow, Alaska, where they're raising chickens. And you know what's beautiful about them is their videography, and they could possibly be in here right now. So if you guys are, just let us know. Why it's like escaping my mind right now, I have absolutely no idea. I think it's because I have 1,000 things on my mind right now, including chicken wings that are coming. Simple Living Alaska, I believe is their name. Simple Living
yeah,
Alaska.
that's it.
Yeah. You guys, Simple Living Alaska has these beautiful like montages and their videography, and they're such a sweet, cute couple. And Our Alaska Life, they're amazing as well. Summers in Alaska, we have enjoyed watching them. It comes down to like thumbnails and titles and what you actually talk about, but I think in genuine, real people, they're good people.
Josh said, "Thanks for the tour. That crack looks bad. The rock must have been huge." It sounded huge. We didn't see it, but it definitely made us jump when it hit. And then when we stopped, we had to check the hood to make sure we didn't have a dent there too. But no dent on the hood. It just hit straight onto the windshield. So.
There's glass on the dashboard, and we could have, again, like what we were just talking about, turned that into total drama. Oh, hold on. You guys, stand by because I have something really cool to show you. Okay, we're getting a delivery, and this delivery is from our 18, 19-year-old son. You want to see? You gotta say hi. Okay, say hi to him. And this has been amazing because he knows that we're like having a fun time in quarantine, and you know why I'm quarantined. And you want to see? And Bert's like, who is that? Okay, ready? Hi.
So unfortunately, they got the order wrong.
Surprise, surprise. So who'd you order from?
We ordered on DoorDash from Wingstop, and they ordered some boneless wings, but they made them all boneless. They made them all with the bone, classic. And then they gave you the wrong. They didn't give you enough.
Okay.
So they only gave you 5 and no fries. So
Oh,
they
I
only
hope
gave
that
you
you
5
make a
each.
complaint.
Yes.
Okay, and get your money back.
Of course.
Okay. Well, this is how it works when we don't feel like cooking. So.
Yep. Basically, quarantine time.
Okay. Bye, hon.
Bye. Have
Bye.
fun.
Love you.
Love you too.
Well, apparently DoorDash can't get their stuff right either. So, just a minute because I have to wipe this down. Okay. Give me a minute.
So will our insurance cover the crack? We don't know yet. We haven't even checked because it's early spring. We'll get more dings and dents in the windshield before summer happens, so we're not even worried about it right now.
Here, I'm gonna put this on you while I do what I need to do.
Hedgehog said, in New Zealand, we are locked down in our homes by the government. Are you guys still allowed to travel around? Technically, we can. We just need to stay out of different communities. So rather than traveling around, we decided to come back, work on the van for a little bit, and take care of stuff that needs to be taken care of as we prepare for our 1-year review, which we've got a lot of cleaning that we need to do before we really give a good tour of the van and provide all of our thoughts over the last year.
Hedgehog, you actually brought up a really good point because each state and each country and everything is completely different. And our state has told us that we have to stay put, but yet they're telling us that we can actually go out and recreate and have fun, and we can bear hunt, and we can go skiing, and we can go hiking. And honestly, we're kind of caught in the middle right now. So I think that if they were to actually stipulate what we're supposed to be doing, it would be helpful, and that's not happening. Uh, as of today in Alaska, we have 3 deaths, although we happen to know that there's more than that. And there's 144 cases. And for the first time ever, it's actually affected us personally. So we're not going to get into that. But it's actually hit us personally. So that's one of the reasons why we're going live, is because for the first time, this has affected us personally. Yay! My sunshine. Hold on. Are they extra?
No, they just gave. Actually, yeah, they are. They give us way too many lemons.
Okay. Food delivery. Okay, that was too much. Sorry.
Van Trekking says, better not be elk burgers. No, unfortunately, it's not elk burgers. We did have them without you, but this time it isn't.
Thank you for sticking with us, you guys. Owen and Lynn, appreciate you. Maybe behind the scenes we'll tell you what happened. Okay, so I just wiped all this down. I don't know. It is.
I'm not eating those on camera.
Yeah, we're not gonna eat wings on camera, but they smell good. There's habanero, and they didn't do the whole boneless thing. But when I ordered these Louisiana fries, my son is so sweet to bring food out to us, but there's a reason why we're not going in there.
JP asked, what are our favorite movies? I love Star Wars. I love Lord of the Rings. Typical movies. The Notebook. Not so typical.
You can't get me to sit in one place for any period of time, so my favorite movie is a hard one.
James says, here in Western Australia, the state is closed off and we're actually restricted to regions. That's how some people interpret what we're going through right now, is different regions or different areas that we can go to and not go to. The way our governor is putting it, as long as we social distance and we stay away from other people, we can go pretty much anywhere. With hunting season now and fishing season getting ready to start, of course, we're going to be out and about as Alaskans, as residents, because we need that food. We'll social distance, of course, but
Not only do we need that food, you guys, but to be honest with you, just like you, we need to be able to enjoy getting out because of what we see on a daily basis, what he sees on a daily basis, and what I deal with on a weekly basis. This is very important to us.
Chris says, when you can come to Buffalo, New York, I'll get you wings.
Real wings.
I look forward to it.
Yes, these wings, they're supposed to be boneless. I like boneless wings. They have bones in them, but the seasoning they put on them is usually pretty good. This is the first time we've ordered takeout. We usually make our own food in the van, and what I've been going through the past couple of days, none of us felt like cooking. Actually, I don't feel like eating, so. But I will enjoy my second cup of wine.
One a day said, those damn DoorDash drivers.
Right? You know what? It's not the DoorDash driver's fault. It is the restaurant's fault. DoorDash, I would hope, would not check our order before they give it to us.
Maggie said, Jeremy's favorite movie is P.S. I Love You.
Aww. There's one, and again, my brain isn't working, where it's the guy from the 40-Year-Old Virgin and Love Actually, I think is what it's called. That is one of my favorite movies. And if you want to ask me my favorite movie of all time, I will tell you that it's Pretty Woman. And I'm going to date myself, but Julia Roberts and Richard Gere in Pretty Woman, and just the storyline behind it has always been sort of a impact for me, if that makes sense.
I like 300 too.
Eh.
James says he goes out for a walk daily to keep his sanity.
Good. Get out, keep walking, and just keep 6 feet away from people. Again, it's not hard for us to keep 6 feet away from people. It's just whether or not we want to do it.
Kayak Dreamer says, sending love. I bawled nonstop watching P.S. I Love You.
Kayak Dreamer, you are truly one of my favorite people, because the story that you've had to share with me behind the scenes and what you have been through is very moving, and I hope that we can help you through all of that.
Larry said Legend of the Falls. I love Legend of the Fall. That was actually a really, really good movie. And I also liked, what was that? Fishing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you
The
mine.
river.
A river runs through it.
Yeah.
So if you were to ask me my 2 favorite movies right now that have been recently, I have no idea, but Pretty Woman and A River Runs Through It.
Maggie said Jeremy cried all through P.S. I Love You.
The Notebook too.
I'll see him soon, Maggie.
Yeah. Personally, I prefer to read books like that, because then you can read it and feel it, put it down if you need to. But with a movie, it's like, let me tell you the last time Jim cried. Can I tell you? He seems like this big tough guy, right? The last time I watched him cry was actually when we watched The Boys. Sometimes music moves us way more than a movie will.
Kayak Dreamer said, "Aw, you're too sweet, love, and you guys help more than you can imagine it."
Kayak Dreamer, we love you, and we're definitely here to support you, so just let us know anytime you want to talk.
Kimberly Create says, "Hey host and LS." Not sure what LS means.
What's LS?
Maggie says, "Prayers from our little home to your little home." Thanks, Maggie.
Thank you. Our home has become much smaller. My world has become much smaller since all of this is, I'm certainly sure yours has as well. What do you want to know, you guys? I can tell you at this point. So Jim, like, the reason why we started talking a little bit more about our outside world is because Jim let the cat out of the bag on accident in our life that of what I do for a living. And at this point, I was like, well, you know what I actually do to make money doesn't really matter. Before, I was afraid to talk to you about it. Now I don't really care anymore. And again, what I do hasn't been showed in the news or anywhere. So that's why I chose to put out that video that I did. And honestly, it was a journal entry that I had written and just a few shots I had taken while I was traveling. And then Jim saw these few shots and he was like, well, maybe you should share with people why you took these shots. And most of them are of the outside of a plane window. So I took my journal entry and what I wrote, because I write every day, and you guys should do this as well. And what you're going through right now, what you're feeling, you should really sit down and write this, not only for yourself, but maybe for future generations to feel what you're feeling. And then he kind of thought, gave me this inspiration to talk about what I had seen. And we took these like maybe 12 shots and put them into a video and put it out there for everybody. And I don't know how interested you are or how interested in the world is, or why the media isn't showing who the frontline employees actually are. And it's very therapeutic to talk about what we're seeing out there. My mom most recently made me 2 masks, personal masks to wear, because I don't want to, take away from the medical community right now and wear anything that could be used somewhere else, if that makes sense. So I'm torn between whether or not I want to wear a mask. Right now I'm torn between whether or not I want to take leave from work. My company is offering, highly recommending 3,000 people, 3,000 of us, to take unpaid leave. And I want to do what is best for the future of my job, but I also need to consider other things as well.
So Kimberly Creates said LS is live streamers.
Oh, hi, Kimberly Creates. So, okay. LS is live streamers.
We've learned something new.
As you know, we're new to this, so we're just sort of rambling right now.
Linda said, good evening from Missouri. How's Missouri?
Hi, Linda.
Kayak Dreamer said she should write. Absolutely, you should write.
Kayak Dreamer, you of all... Pause. I'm going to put him on pause for a second. Kayak Dreamer, we know a little bit about your story behind the scenes. You should really be sitting down and writing what you're going through, what your experience has been, and how the Revel, and not even just a Revel, but what your dream was and what you're doing. You're going to influence your kids, your daughter. Trust me, I've been spying on you. So sit down and write, because that is what is captured. Brian, I don't think Brian is here. Brian is one of our hardcore followers, and he told me this story today that I sat down for an hour and talked to him about. And he had at one point in Babylon drawn this picture of Jennifer Garner on a wall. And for those of you who are watching and understand Babylon and where he was at and what he was doing, you never know that what you're doing at that point, how it influences 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now. You never know. So write, draw, do what you need to do to share your experience, not only with yourself but with the rest of the world.
That's one of the reasons that we started doing YouTube, to document all this stuff to begin with, is we had all of these pictures from motorcycle trips and previous travels and things that we've done in our lives, and
Let me show you.
we just wanted to put something together that our kids could look at and our family could look at, and they could see what we're doing, rather than us just trying to tell them, hey, these are the amazing things that we're seeing. So we stay incredibly busy trying to share that information with everybody, and that's why we're doing YouTube.
I know we could totally get into why we're doing this, because it's not for the reasons that a lot of other people out there might be doing it. There's other people out there who this is their livelihood, this is all they have. They're doing their Revel reviews, whatever. That helps pay their bills. For us, we're not worried about that yet. We are kind of getting worried about that, but that's another story. But this right here is what started everything. I have a passion for photography, and we were capturing moments with photography and maybe writing a story or a caption, or MySpace back in the day where I could write a blog. And then it didn't really feel like it was enough in terms of capturing our life experience. So we decided to start recording with video with this. And then we were told it was too shaky, right? So we decided to start recording what we were going through. And it was anything from renovating an apartment to me being on a layover in Kauai to showing you what was cool in Girdwood. And getting that feedback is kind of what made us want to keep going, if that makes sense. This is our journal. You guys being here, this is our memories.
And this is something that our kids will always have no matter what happens.
Right.
to us.
Digitally, I mean, this stuff can disappear. My writing can disappear, but this will always be here.
James says, my daughter works for a local grocery store and I passed on what you do when you first got home from your flight. Have to keep her and the family safe.
Okay, James, let's talk about that. When you come from anywhere that's public and you work in public, so we just showed you our son and he works at Lowe's. One of his drawbacks has been that when you work at Lowe's, you encounter two different types of people. The people who care and the people who don't care at all. And they're really just there on a family vacation, just checking out the wood. I don't know. When I have to enter the actual house or when I have to enter the van, the first thing I do is leave everything in my car. Everything. Purse, bag, everything. I walk straight in to the garage. Have a little button, right? This is gonna be a little TMI, but take off everything. My boots, everything are still sitting there. Put it in a plastic bag and walk straight to the shower. I shower, I go ahead and I disinfect everything when I get home. If you're a grocery store clerk, whenever you have to enter a house, especially a household where you're with other people, I know that they're saying, wash your hands. How well did wash your hands and social distancing work for Italy? Let's talk about that. I don't feel like it worked very well for them. So you kind of have to take these extra precautions. My sister works in the medical field. I don't know if she's watching right now. My mom works in the medical field. She's an RN. She has a bleach pad where she puts her shoes on a bleach pad and takes a shower. I know RNs who are absolutely living in the garage right now. So I'm good right here.
So, Pat said, Cynthia, a lot of us are being given a choice between protecting our jobs or protecting our families and ourselves. It's a horrible position to be in. Bless you too in your message.
Pat, you hit the nail on the head. Protect our jobs, protect our family. Yeah.
We have to do both.
We have to find a balance between both. And that is exactly why I get into the van and I like to go out in the middle of nowhere, because that is where I feel safe.
Kayak Dreamer said camera is her therapy too.
Yeah, taking pictures is definitely therapy, and writing is therapy as well. It's finding that safe spot. And for so many of you out there, and for so many people, your condo, your apartment, your house is safe for you. Stay home. But when it's not, it's really a horrible position to be in.
So ultimately, we just want to say, stay upbeat, stay happy.
Yeah, don't let me get all Debbie Downer on you. Let's do another joke. We never finished. Why is McDonald's... Why doesn't McDonald's serve escargot? It's not fast food. I know. Escargot isn't fast food, it's slow food.
It's escargot.
Escargot is snails.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, did you ever hear about two guys who stole a calendar? They both got 6 months. Dun dun dun.
Oh my god.
I don't get this one. I'm getting jokes as I write this. I mean, as we talk, I'm getting these jokes. So if you have a joke, let me know. Ooh, some of these are like really bad. Why should you save your pennies?
Kayak Dreamer said, having some whiskey with you. Cheers.
Oh, Kayak Dreamer, cheers. We love you guys. Why should you save your pennies? It makes good sense. Justin, Christina, I just saw them pop up. You're still with us. Thank you. Cheers, you guys.
Kimberly said, hubby is watching you on the TV and laughing at your jokes. Thanks for the chuckles. Man, he's got a dry sense of humor like me then.
What's a tree's favorite soda? What's a tree's favorite soda? Root beer. And for those of you who have, commented that you've been sober for a certain amount of time, congrats. I appreciate that and totally understand that. We went through a period of that as well. Quite a long period. If you want to know more about that, you can ask later.
JP says, I know Cynthia fam distancing my dad is 1 mile away and can't see him. That's the hardest part that we all have to deal with. Our hearts go out to you. It truly does. There is no simple way to say that, and it's just something that all of us have to make sure that we're aware of and do that social distancing.
JP, I know you're in San Diego and you drive by your dad's balcony and wave at him and say hi. That is, if that's what you can do right now, then keep doing it. He needs to be able to see you and maybe FaceTime and hear your voice. I don't know if my mom's on here right now, but literally my mom is probably about, 1,000 feet away.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, she's right here, but yet
We can't. She walks up and we're like, whoa!
yeah, and it's not because we're worried about her infecting us. We're worried about us infecting her, and she is a registered nurse, and I 3 days ago was in contact with at least 50 people on the airplane, and this is a really horrible position to be in, and she wants to walk up and give us a hug. I want to hug her. You guys, I totally get it. Home is just not always.
Pamela said, cheers, I need one for white wine. Emoji. Cheers, Pamela.
White wine will come when this all becomes a little bit warmer.
Maggie said Chuck Norris can build a snowman out of rain. We were thinking about building a snowman earlier to put right outside the door, and then we got too lazy.
No, I could really use a snowman right now. And again, my friends who've been texting me and FaceTiming and Zooming, super appreciative of that. It's just not being able to. I work in a job where we give each other hugs and handshakes and.
Andrew Martinez, hi.
Hi, Andrew.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
JP says, eat the wings, please. We're not going to eat on camera.
No.
It's just
That's
too
weird.
messy.
Yeah. If they were boneless, I would totally eat them, but honestly, I'm not really that hungry right now. But I'm super appreciative of my son for bringing us that.
Kimberly says, yes, they are related to the height and anxiety. Talking about us being real. When I saw you with the heights, I knew I was in the right place. I tell you what,
She defended you. I remember this. Like
no,
Kim.
that was just the wrong thing to videotape. I wasn't expecting it. I was not happy with being up there.
Well,
It was even worse. What you didn't see is in one of our boondocking videos recently, when I was flying the drone and we were driving up to the top of a hilltop, and she was driving.
oh, we left all of this out. Let me tell you.
I almost had a conniption fit because the road we were on, you can't see it on the video, but it was just
Do you
like,
want to tell this story or do you want me?
oh my God, it was devastating. It was heartbreaking. It was like a sheer cliff, and she was driving like a maniac while I'm trying to fly a drone. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He's being dramatic.
No, I'm not. I'm being real.
When we were down the Alaskan road where we were out in the middle of nowhere, we decided to like drive up and figure out what was on the top of this dome. And I know we kind of shared it, but we actually did video it because the video was sitting on the dash with the DJI, the Osmo, which again, Van Trekking suggested that we get, and thank you guys. It was on the dash and it was recording our conversation. We edited all of that out because as we were driving up, Jim was flying his drone and there was a lot of shit from his end, and there was a lot of like really emotional interaction between us. I was like, do you want me to stop? I was not. It's kind of hard to drive like a maniac on like a one-lane road going up 8,000 feet into the air. I just didn't know what was around the corner or where I needed to pull over, and he was very, very, very scared. So Kim, when you understand the idea of having a fear of heights, you get it. He has it. We edited out a lot of his emotional reaction to being at the top of that dome. And that's probably a good thing, just to save his like manhood.
I'd have to give up my man card if she cut my voice, which we do have it. We have it saved on our hard drive. Maybe one day, if we decide to do Patreon or something, we'll release that in that type of format, but we're not going to do it on normal YouTube.
No, I honestly don't know how I feel about Patreon or any of that, because I don't know, Terry, if you're still watching this, I know that several of you have asked us about Patreon and showing behind the scenes and like maybe doing $1 a month, $5 a month. That would be incredibly helpful to us in terms of like encouraging us to keep going and showing stuff that we don't normally show and for the reasons why we don't normally show it. But there's this other aspect of it that we don't know yet.
We're not doing this to make money. We do it for all of you. So
Yeah.
we do this for fun because it was something that brought us together.
Yep.
It gave us a new hobby. So we enjoy shooting the video, we enjoy sharing the video, and we absolutely enjoy editing the videos and putting our own touch to it. So
let me talk about that. There absolutely no correlation. There's this guy on YouTube called Jake Frew. I think it's Frew, and we don't really usually watch a whole lot of other YouTube channels, but going to work, I come home, I have absolutely nothing to do, and so I sit here and I watch YouTube because I want to stay away from the news and social media. And Jake Frew had this perspective that I 100% agreed with. And I want to share this with the 42 of you who are on here right now. This isn't about numbers. This isn't about statistics or when you log on to your video IQ and figure out that, okay, now I have 6,000 whatever subscribers and it's gone up 20 today, or 8 people disliked this. this is about the process of creating something that we enjoy. And for for me, it's going out and actually filming a shot and enjoying that shot. And then for Jim, it's filming the vastness in the drone shots. And then it's telling the story without insecurity, if that makes sense. So it's not getting caught up in the numbers, because honestly, to us right now, the numbers don't care. Once we hit, I think it was probably around 400, we were sort of like, oh, cool, okay. And then it was, okay, well, this does well, and then this doesn't do well. And we kind of went back and forth with that for a while. And then it was like, especially within the past month or so, don't pay attention to the numbers. We want you to support us by giving us that thumbs up. We want you to subscribe. We want you to enjoy our adventures, but there's this huge balance. But Jake Frew really put that in a very good perspective for us. And that's another reason why we're sitting here and not out on Portage Glacier today. I want to be out filming. I really, really, really want to be out filming, because that is my passion. All the shots that you see are mine. Jim does the driving, and my passion is photography. My passion is telling a story through pictures and not words. And then my passion is also telling a story through words that are edited and writing. I'm done.
So Justin and Christina said everything is just weird. I, Christina, am 38 weeks pregnant. Woohoo!
Yeah, that's.
But
What are you gonna name your
I
baby?
cannot let my grandmother of 83 hug me because I have so many hospital appointments. Don't want her to get anything. Yeah, that's one of the struggles across the nation right now and across the world. So our thoughts are with you, Christina, and congratulations on the baby. We're super excited for you. And
I keep saying these baby names, you know, in terms of like who's going to be born during this time. It's pretty amusing. But yes, not hugging or kissing. I. You want to know a behind the scenes thing? Jim and I, although we're sitting next to each other right now, have been incredibly social distanced from each other. It sucks.
Philip said, hi to you all. We love the drone footage.
That's all Jim. The drone footage is something that he puts a lot of time and effort into. You want to know a behind the scenes thing too with that? I can't tell you how many times I've driven down the road and turned around and go back just to get the right shot. But it's
And
fun. It's creative.
We
It's fun.
capture so much drone footage that, I mean, we just have hard drives full of drone footage that never gets used.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, because when you're flying the drone, you don't want all these boom, boom, booms. And
When you're flying a drone, you get like hours of drone footage, and he goes in and kind of like randomly selects stuff, but there's a lot of good stuff that he's gotten. There's a lot of time that's been put into the drone footage, and as soon as we get a better drone, it'll even get better. But after he crashed his drone, whew, that was a good day, by the way.
Andrew asked, I don't remember, is the Revel 4x4? Yes, the Revel is 4x4. And the 4x4 works incredible. I mean, it's better than trucks that I've owned in the past.
Let me answer that. So Andrew, we were originally considering a van that didn't have four-wheel drive, and it was a Coachman Galleria, and we also looked at the Travato. The Travato, if van tracking, if you're still watching us, the Travato kept up with us incredibly well throughout the entire summer. I don't know, and you can chime in here if you want, you guys, but I don't know that 4x4 was absolutely necessary for probably 3/4 of the places that we've gone. In the winter, in terms of it being a daily driver, because we do drive it every single day, the 4x4 has been a necessity. In the summer, if you're looking for a travel vehicle and you just want to like go have fun and you're on the lower 48, then 4x4 is not a necessity. For us, it is. There has been one time, and that was when we pulled out of a gas station at Hilltop outside of Fairbanks, Alaska, and the roads were pure ice and we were headed up to the Arctic Circle. There's been one time that the van made me and us feel a little bit like unsure, and that's because it wasn't in four-wheel drive and we were on ice. Now, four-wheel drive doesn't really help you very much on pure ice, but once we put it into four-wheel drive, we felt a lot more secure on our trip. So it really, in terms of 4x4, it's up to you and what you do. Our future adventures will absolutely involve the 4x4, and our past adventures we have gone to places that we would never have gone to before if we didn't have four-wheel drive. I hope that makes sense.
Andrew said everyone's plans have changed due to COVID.
Yes.
When this is over, will you be going to the lower 48? We were supposed to head out in the end of May. Now we also have to wait. Our plan was also, we had a plan for 6 weeks, starting in May, and that has been put on hold as well. So
one of the things we wanted to do is go into northern Canada. Well, we had a couple different plans. We were going to go into northern Canada. Jim went to Tuktoyaktuk and had a great time doing it, but personally I feel he didn't take enough time, to give himself the time to go up there and come back. There's places in Canada that we want to explore that are sort of like off-grid. And then we wanted to also go to Sandy, Oregon and get our SBAR heating system sort of serviced and looked at, and maybe spend a few days in Sandy, Oregon just to have it like cleaned up. Our SBAR heating system has been absolutely beautiful to us, but we wanted to stop by Rickson and just be like, hey, can you take a look at it? We haven't had any issues, but maybe consider looking at it and see what we need to replace or what might have a problem in the future. The other thing is we were going to go to Tennessee and we were going to see Jim's mom, and we miss her greatly. She's in Clarksville, Tennessee, and Tennessee is one of my favorite states. We were also considering the Revel meetup in Wyoming, and at this point, is it even still happening? I don't know.
So yeah, we had a lot of plans. All those plans have been changed, and we'll just see where time takes us.
This state is so freaking huge that we really want to go out and explore our state while social distancing, while not being around people for miles and miles and miles. This makes me want to just like actually tomorrow turn the engine on and just go, because we have no contact with people and that's just so frustrating.
Rick said,
Hi, Rick.
saw you guys at Ferrandi, couldn't make it across 4th to say hi. So hi.
What?
We're so disappointed you didn't come say hi to us. Oh,
No, you couldn't make it
that would have
across
been
board.
awesome.
Rick, thank you. We appreciate that. You got to see us being like really awkward with the snow. That was a fun time.
Well, it's probably with the dogs running.
Yeah, the dogs
Yeah,
running.
while we
Yeah.
were trying to film.
We were trying to film all kinds of stuff like in Ferrandi, but thank you, Rick.
Justin and Christina said, you are right, guys. We have been so blessed with this community. The knowledge, the positivity. His name will be Michael, with a K, by the way. He is 7 pounds already with head down, miracle baby during a crazy time. Good news. We're so happy for you guys.
Yes. Baby Michael with a K. That is unbelievable.
B-roll says, hi from the UK.
Hi, B-roll. Hi, Brenda. You're still here.
Terry asks, what drone are we using now? Right now we're using the Mavic Mini.
Oh, B-roll. Sorry.
Yeah, B-roll.
Yeah, sorry. There's
Terry,
B-free B-roll.
right now we're using the Mavic Mini, and it's working so far. But we do have a new one on order. It's being built. Unfortunately, with the current situation, they don't know. I just got an email from them the other day. they don't know when they're gonna have everything caught up because they've limited production right now.
It's gorgeous outside, you guys. It's like, what time is it? 6:33 Alaskan time, and the sun is like, whew, bright.
Andrew said, I would have gone 4x4 also, you just never know what's around the corner. Well, it's not really what's around the corner, it's what we want to experience, right? So we tend to go into places where we probably shouldn't go in the van, and
Oh.
the 4x4 saves our ass.
Yeah.
I mean, saves our butt.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. So we went up to this area, Summit Lake, and you don't necessarily need 4x4, but if you want to keep going beyond that, you do need four-wheel drive, and there have been times where four-wheel drive has absolutely gotten us out of some hot spots. We have been stuck, and we did a video about it without trying to be too dramatic about it, because the funny thing about
We got out.
we got out, but the funny thing about that video is, again, what we edited out. And what we edited out was the fact that Jim wanted to just stay there for the night, and then me just being like, let's keep going, and then let's just get out. And there's so much that you don't see behind the scenes, because it's, you know, we have to create a 10 to 20 minute video, and what happens over 5 hours.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't understand is when we're out shooting videos, you're typically getting 8 to 10 to 12 hours worth of video footage, and you're narrowing it down from 12 hours of footage to a 10-minute video.
Well, I think the best part is we're not out there really shooting video, so we don't really catch what we don't shoot on off of video, because we don't turn the camera on, and then it's like, okay, I'm really kind of backsliding him here, but I'll turn the camera on just to be
Snarky.
I'm like, okay, this is happening right now, and I will turn the camera on, and he has forgotten to turn the traction control off to get out of. I'm so surprised you guys didn't even notice that, but forgot to turn the traction control off to get out of this like stuck situation. And then we put our max tracks down, and then we like go, and then we dig, and then we sit for like a half hour, and maybe we'll have a beer and a drink of wine, and then we'll go, and then we'll dig. And there's so much that you don't see that's actually behind the scenes. But
So if you have a 4x4 van, I'll just give you this little tip, and it's a free tip. I'm not going to put it on any other video. There's this little button you can push that turns off traction control. That's very helpful when you have it in 4x4. I'm just saying. You can ignore that, take the tip for what it's worth, but if you push that little button, you'll get right out.
yeah, well, we didn't put it out there because we already get torn up enough as it is, so we didn't want to say, yeah, dumbass, you didn't have traction control turned off, and that probably would have been helpful. I honestly don't think that it would have gotten us out, but it would have been helpful to get us maybe 5-10 feet further.
It would have gotten us out.
Would it have?
Yeah.
You're an asshole. I didn't know that.
All right, Justin Christina said, you guys researched your Class B purchase very well.
Yes.
It totally fits your adventures. Yes, it does. If we wouldn't have walked through all of the different vans that we had the opportunity to see, we would have purchased blindly, and we would have 100% regretted the purchase that we would have made.
Yes.
Because even if we went with the one that we originally had planned, we would have been in trouble.
Yeah, the original one that we had planned probably would have lasted us 4 months out of the year. My honest, real opinion was that I wanted to build a van out by ourselves. But as I've said in the past, we would have a van with a mattress in the back and maybe a buddy heater and maybe a porta potty, which is fine. I'd be happy with that. Literally, I'd be happy with anything you throw out to me. But in terms of like the cost of what this costs us each month and what we cut back on to pay for this, it's been worth it. So we, got the 20-year loan. We have this payment of a certain amount every month, and what we cut back on to be able to pay for this payment, way better than any conversion or whatever else we're looking out there. So I hope that makes sense.
And we've heard some recent horror stories about some conversions too.
Oh my gosh.
If you haven't So
We should have brought that up earlier.
our dear friend,
Yes.
so
Jesus.
these bags, and we have several of these. They're from a company called Overland Gear Guy. And we use them for a lot of our storage stuff, and we'll cover that more in our 1-year review.
He's in our community, so the whole Buffalo Wool Company, you guys are amazing to us. Buffalo Wool Company, my mom making this hat. We're not out there for like huge sponsors. We're really showing what we love. Overland Gear Guy is somebody that we love, and recently on Instagram, I just showed how much I love like putting my crap in his little canvas USA made bags. He shared something today that I guess Jim was like totally blown away by.
Yeah, so he was working on his van build, and he contracted someone to do it. And you've got to go watch their video. It's Overland Gear Guy.
Overland Gear Guy.
Definitely worth watching. It'll
Yeah.
give you a different perspective on how a van build could happen.
Yeah, if you hire somebody else to build out your van, right?
Yeah.
I honestly it was playing in the background while I was dealing with something else.
Yeah, he got screwed over really bad.
So the beautiful thing about Overland Gear Guy is his company is 100% authentic, and you're not ordering from whatever was in China made. But he has all these ideas, and he wants feedback from people who are doing what we're doing to help him with his business. So he's got these cool things for the back of the seats, and he was asking us about like how to fill this space and that space, and that's why we love him so much, is because he's just genuinely authentic and real.
Andrew said, I hope Canada will allow us to travel through. Andrew, I would postpone any trip into Canada right now. It just isn't worth it. Like we're doing right now, we've kind of put our trips on hold. We're going to focus on fixing things within the van. Would we rather be out on the road and exploring stuff right now? Absolutely, 110%. But please just wait.
Oh, he will. He has to wait. But yes, I understand what you mean, Andrew. Is like you would rather it would all just be open and none of this is happening. I totally get it. I can't say. What? Yeah. Jim has some serious like backstory as to what it takes to go through the border. Just wait.
Larry asked, do you guys have an Instagram? Yes, we actually have 2 Instagrams. One is her personal Instagram.
Yeah, we have a so on Instagram we have a Wings and Wheels Alaska, which is it's just Wings and Wheels Alaska, right?
Yeah, and it's all about the van.
It's just, is there any underscore or?
No, it's Wings and Wheels Alaska.
Okay, so he created the Wings and Wheels Alaska Instagram is like what Jim created, and then there's my personal Instagram where I share like what I write or what I see and a lot of my personal friends, and it's more personal, and that is CYN_spies, SPIES, spies, and that is my personal Instagram account, and you're more than welcome to follow it. It's just pictures and writing and behind the scenes stuff. So Wings and Wheels Alaska is what he has out there, and then Sin_spies is what I have out there.
What's the latest on the trailer?
Let's go. We should probably go check it out.
We've got to go find it. We can't figure out where. I think we didn't even pull the video back up of what we had. I kind of want to release that video and just like kill the sound, because we did a full walkthrough on a couple trailers, right?
Yeah.
And
unfortunately, Hard Rock Cafe was like blasting this music, and then when we put it in our video, we got
we got flagged.
Flagged, not after we posted it, but as we were trying to post it. So we like deleted all the section of like these trailers that would be perfect for pulling behind the Revel, and we deleted all that. There's so much, you guys, that we leave out.
So maybe we'll find some way to incorporate it into a video and then do a voiceover or something. I don't know.
Or let's maybe see if they're still open.
Or if we can find the company that has it. That's the challenge.
Dependable RV?
Chris Keller asked, do we carry tire chains? No, we don't carry tire chains, but we do have max tracks. So with 4-wheel drive and max tracks, we can pretty much get away with most things. I don't think tire chains is a bad thing. It's just not something that we're worried about.
Honestly, growing up in Alaska and being from North Pole, Alaska, and Fairbanks, Alaska, tire chains are something that are usually carried on things like large buses or trucks, the big semi trucks. We haven't needed them because we haven't gone into those types of conditions to where we'll need tire chains yet. We'll see. But max tracks and our tiny little army shovel worked well for us.
JP says he's going to go eat. Let me know when we get on again.
JP, go enjoy food. You need to eat. Take care of yourself. Yeah, we probably should eat at some point too, but I haven't really wanted to.
Justin and Christina said we are finishing this van ourselves, and then we are definitely going to upgrade to a newer one after a few more longer term travel trips with the baby. Figure out what we really need.
Right, Justin and Christina, I kind of wanted to ask you that. Like, what is your future plans with traveling with a baby? I know that there's somebody out there on Instagram that I follow, and I think their name is Two Van Birds, and they have a baby and they travel, and they have this little sort of bassinet set up above their bed, and of course, co-sleeping being I am all about, and my entire life I co-slept with my kids for longer than you want to know, but there's nothing wrong with traveling with a baby, and I'm curious to know how you're going to set up your road trip to do that, and I think that would be really informational for people out there who are having babies during all of this and wanting to travel.
Christian gave $1.99, said, two of the best instructors I've ever had.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for giving $1.99.
Christian,
to our channel.
you didn't have to do that.
No.
You silly.
That was so awesome. You guys, our students are going through so much right now, and
So that's a part people probably don't realize too.
Yeah,
is that we do teach as well.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. In terms of instructing, that again comes from our heart, and that's something that we absolutely love to do. Is we love to teach, and wow.
Christian, we love you.
We love you. Thank you for throwing that out there for us. But
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And even then, I didn't know that with live that people could actually throw that out there. And I think the first time it happened, I was like, "What is that up there?" And we have no idea who did it the first time. But if you're watching right now, I'm so sorry if I didn't give you a shout out for doing it. But yeah, we appreciate it.
Christian.
Yeah, Christian. Really? I think I know who you are. You're being incognito right now. Thank you, Christian.
Terry Burns, Andrea, I was going to move to Alaska this summer. Now I'm stuck because of all this.
Terry, we've been
Terry, keep your heart open.
Yeah, we've
You'll
been
get
talking
here.
about this. You're not stuck. You will. Keep watching Zillow. Keep watching real estate agents who are willing to give you like a virtual tour. And actually, my son wants to start this YouTube channel where he wants to give virtual tours of real estate. He wants to go into real estate, so he has this really cool idea on what to do with real estate before all this happened. And Terry, I think that you're somebody who would really appreciate what he has to put out there. Don't fall back on your dream of moving to Alaska because of all of this. This is actually the best place to be during something like this.
Our governor was so friggin' awesome with moving ahead of, like, before we ever had a problem, our governor was already putting mandates in place. I mean, that was huge.
Yeah, if we had a zombie apocalypse right now, we wouldn't give a damn what the governor said or what anybody else thought. we would be perfectly fine.
Yep.
Trust us.
B-roll asked, could you live in the van full time?
Yes,
And he said he'd sub to Overland Gear Guy. He'll be watching it later.
that's awesome.
Yes, that is our plan. B-roll is eventually we will. Right now, we're just making sure everything is set up how we want it to be and meets all of our needs. So that is coming soon.
The reason why I feel like we could live in the van full time is because we've done the whole like having a house, having having actually like a basketball team worth of kids. But we've done all of that, and we eventually started to minimalize everything we had. It was like, why do we have 4 spatulas? Why do we have 10 pots of pans? Why do we have a garage full of crap? And as soon as we bought the van, we were like, we literally only need very minimalist type stuff. So we also get along very, very well. And even when we're not getting along personally, all we have to do is go for a walk or just distance ourselves for maybe 10 to 20 minutes until we want to be back with each other again. So even in a house, one thing that we've noticed is we literally go from, can I tell you your
One
routine?
room to another room.
Yeah, this is Jim's routine. Couch with the TV in front, right? Couch, refrigerator, bathroom, couch, refrigerator, bathroom, couch, refrigerator, bathroom, bed. So in a van, you can have like couch, bathroom, outdoors. You can go for a hike. You can have fun. You can put yourself in a different position every single week, day, month. I have to plug in. Okay, there. You got juice.
Yeah, and it's for us. I don't know. We found that it really works for our lifestyle. It doesn't work for everybody. So if it was something that you were wanting to do, I would say try it before you do it. Because some people need more space. We just don't need the indoor space. We like being outside, so all we need is the bathroom, the fridge, the bed, and somewhere to sit if the weather is crappy.
Right.
And then we have 2 spaces, so she can go to the back, I can be in the front, and we have our own space. And we're good. And it's very similar to being in a house. Because we don't use any space.
But let's be realistic. I think that most people who choose the whole van life thing, which we didn't even know was a thing, most people who choose to do this full time will do it for like a year or a year and a half, and then they'll settle down with a space to live, like let's say a small home that they go back to and that they rent out, and then they'll go back out and hit the road. It's really up to you. If you want to do it full time, I would say like keep that foundation of still having a home to go to. We still have a home base to go to, and that's where we're at right now because we don't want to be out there potentially spreading this, even though oh my gosh, we're miles and miles away from people. Right now, this is where we're going to be, but you always want to have that place to be able to go back to, whether it's a family member or, again, I've heard stories about that too, where family members get upset because the people living in their RV or their van want to mooch stock on their property all the time, and it's like, no, I think that wherever we progress to in the future, we will always have some sort of home base.
Justin Christina said the road track has a front bed setup, 2 actually, and we have the bed in the back, but we need to adjust to have the child seat, etc., and rebuild the back bed. We are going to camp in our back condo parking just to practice with the baby.
That's a good idea, is to park it and practice.
Yep.
Everything that we did within the first maybe 3 or 4 months of what we're doing right now was practice. Do we enjoy being in this enclosed space together? Is he able to handle me while he's driving and my anxiety while he's going down the road? He handles it actually really well. How do we feel about being in such an enclosed space together? We're actually pretty good with it, and it's been great for our marriage.
Kimberly said we are interested in seeing the real estate tours.
Yes, okay, cool. I will pass. So earlier, if you weren't here earlier, my son is interested in going into real estate, and he has this really cool idea that we kind of came up with together in terms of YouTube and real estate and open houses. So you have the 360 view of houses. You have pictures on Zillow of homes, but what if somebody actually physically goes in sort of what we do type of video and shows you what it's like to actually be in the house, what it feels like to open the drawers, what it feels like to turn on the shower, what it feels like to sit in the bathtub. I'm giving his idea out right now, but it's only got like 30 some odd of views, so we're good. But I really like the idea of what he has in store, because I feel like he could work with several real estate companies and actually show what they're trying to put out there, if that makes sense.
Kimberly said I just got Overland Gear Guy too. That build was jacked up. That build was completely jacked up, and I think that dude was just trying to really con him. I mean, when you're taking months and months and months to do something and you haven't done anything, that's just absurd. He should have noticed that right away and just pulled the plug.
Overland Gear Guy is probably one of the most genuine people that has
He believes in people.
He believes in people. He contacted us. He believes in us, and we believe in him. And so everything that he has to show and everything that we're showing you is completely 100% genuine. Although I might change this every now and then just to avoid the exposure, but what you get is real.
Yeah, the sun is moving. It's starting to set.
Yeah.
Andrew asked, still thinking about a sat phone? Yes, we are. It's kind of expensive, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem we're running into.
The problem with the sat phone is how much we actually need it in terms of like our cell phone coverage and where we go and what we do. We usually
or our doubts.
have sat phone coverage. The only time we would really considering needing it is when we do things like what we did to Toy Talk and to Arctic Circle. But is it worth paying a monthly fee?
It's so expensive. It's just
right. Or is it worth
it's the
just
right
waiting?
thing to do. I don't know.
Right. Or is it worth waiting an hour and a half to 2 hours comfortably for the next person to come along to take us to where we have cell phone service? We haven't really talked about that yet.
We're really torn.
Yeah.
Give us your feedback.
Yeah.
We'll appreciate it. I mean, it's a struggle. Is it worth that cost every month? And when you only need it for a couple trips, I mean, even going into Canada, we have cell phone coverage.
Yeah.
Going to South America, I mean,
that might be a different
that
story.
might be different. That might encourage us, because that is one of our goals, is to travel down to South America and
beyond. Right now, my bucket list right now is James. If you're still watching this, my bucket list is Perth and also Iceland. So those are two things that I will be doing within the next year.
the next couple of years.
Even if I have to do it by myself, I'm going.
Andrew asks, have you had any close encounters with animals? Once with a moose.
Yeah, a moose. And that's funny is, you have people out there who are trying to understand what it's like to live in Alaska and what it's like to be out in the wild. And in terms of bears, like I've said in previous videos, I was born here, raised here. I left here for 7 years. I came back. Never once in all my outdoors time, which is quite a bit, have I had any uncomfortable experience with any animal that is going to harm me. We have encountered wolves, and wolves, they want to stay away from you. What we really have to worry about is moose and hitting them on the road.
John said, I think you're onto something. I believe he's talking about your real estate idea. It's time for modernization in the real estate market.
I agree. I don't know a whole lot about the real estate industry, but I feel like what my son and I have been talking about in terms of showing the realities of a home people want to see the reality of what that home is like before they actually see it. Like, you can see pictures on Zillow. Even if you, let's say, Terry, you're looking into a home from where you're at in Alaska, you want somebody physically to go through that home and like show you every nook and cranny of that home, right? um, I think that what we're talking about might be a good thing.
Kimberly says the real estate idea is, Kimberly Creates, says the real estate idea is perfect for people who can't be there in person.
Absolutely.
We've only seen one other realtor do this, and we watch him faithfully.
Right. And technically, you don't have to be a realtor to do it. All he has to, because he doesn't have his real estate license yet, he wants to give a genuine input as to what that home looks like, what the home feels like, what the neighborhood's like, what their schools are like, how long the drive. He wants to show the drive to the grocery store. He wants to show the drive to another school. I think that he's really onto something with this, and I hope that he follows through. And this was something that we kind of put our brains together with. And as soon as he can get his real estate license, that might change a little bit, but you can only get so much from Zillow.
Terry said, is there some kind of texting system available that would work off the satellites and maybe be cheaper than a sat phone?
There is. It's called, it starts with a G, and you're able to actually send out a message through text.
But you only get so many per month or something like that.
Right. Which is probably a good idea, but I honestly don't know if we need.
Yeah, it's still a monthly payment.
It's whether or not we want to choose to pay like whatever it costs, $10 to $15 a month to pay for something that, even though we're out in the middle of nowhere, most of the time we do still have at least one bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that we can pick up and use readily, but we have some kind of service.
But that's here in Alaska.
So.
That could change when we travel to the lower 48. Lower 48, that must sound weird to you guys.
Chris Keller says, what if you have an emergency need? So, Chris, there are like Medivac flight monthly payments that you can make.
Wait,
You know,
I kind
there's-
of want to know, like, what type of emergency need?
like sat phone purposes.
Okay.
There's, I mean, even when we go way up north, there's truckers that come by on a regular basis. And that's kind of why we struggle with that piece, is there's someone that's going to come by eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that that's not the best way to live by, but...
Not to also mention, we have a lot of gear that's helpful for emergency need, not only for ourselves, but other people, and also that I am BLS certified. There's this whole, like,
it's just tough.
yeah,
It's a
it's
tough
a hard
decision.
decision to make. And I think that as soon as we leave Alaska, because we feel safe and cocooned here, we would consider getting a sat phone.
Kayak Dreamer said Iceland is definitely on my list, not shipping the Revel over though.
No, if we go to Iceland, we are going to rent a Revel. Or
Yeah.
no,
It would be
a
like
van.
Hawaii.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
when we went to Hawaii where we rented a van. Shipping our van to Hawaii would have cost us $7,000 to go there and $7,000 to come back. $14,000 to ship your van to Hawaii, come back. That's just stupid. So we actually have friends in Maui, van life in Hawaii, who have a van that is able to rent, not to like, well, okay, I don't mind plugging them. If you're on a vacation in Hawaii someday in the future and you want to do the whole van thing and you want to avoid the condo thing, the Revel was an amazing way to go. Also, with that on the top of my head, if you're considering a van or if it's just something you're thinking about, I highly recommend that you rent one, just to give it a few days, maybe a week, just to see if that's something that you like. And if you're on vacation, even better. I probably will never go back to Hawaii and rent a condo again.
No. We used to rent condos all the time. It'll be a van every time we go
Every
there now.
single time.
It was just so much more freedom and relaxation, and you didn't have to rush to be at one side of the island or the other side of the island. We could just chill where we were at that moment.
Right. So in the past, let's say we would go out to dinner and we want to have like a glass of wine or a beer, and we would actually have to withhold, you know, going out there because we didn't want to have to drive our rental car back to our condo. In the van, we could actually go out and park somewhere and enjoy the rest of the night and enjoy our time in that spot, and then get up in the morning, make breakfast, and then not have to worry about going back to the other side of the island to be where we needed to be in the condo. And I think that's just not Hawaii. That's like anywhere you go. If I was to go, I was considering going to Dallas in April, and that got canceled. And I was going to rent a van. That way I wouldn't have to worry about where I was at or where I slept that night. I knew that I would always have a bed and warmth and food and wine.
So Hedgehog asks, what do you do for self-defense? I'm thinking mostly about bears, but I guess some people too. So we do carry. Alaska is an open carry state. We have a 10 millimeter, and we have two types of ammunition that we carry. We carry one for animals and we carry one for people. And then we have bear spray. So, yeah.
He wasn't talking about bears, he's talking about people.
Except both. I've heard it said that moose never have a good day in their life. They're always pissed off. Yes, they are. If you see a moose hanging out in your yard or in your driveway, you don't go outside. We have moose oftentimes that are in our area, and we try to completely avoid them when they're out there. One a day said he can get his real estate license at 19.
Yes.
Kayak Dreamer said Garmin in Reach. I think that's what you're talking about. And backpackers use Garmin in Reach a lot. Oh, Overland Gear Guy, hello. Glad you could join us.
Well, dude, we were just talking
Sorry,
about
we
you.
were just talking about you and your experience, man. He said he uses the Lorme. It is a good safety piece of equipment. Send us that information if you would, Overland. We'll take a look at it.
So
John says look at SpotX messaging.
Overland Gear Guy, we just actually spent some time, I don't know if you just now joined us, but we spent some time talking about you and how influential you've been. And how much
we love your gear.
And
I want one of your back seat things.
I should take you out there with him. But how much you have supported us and how much we've supported you. So we directed people to what you just went through with your van build and how building a van isn't always necessarily the best route. So you can actually just sit here and talk about, because a few people in here right now who are interested in what you went through and how you felt about that. His gear in terms of like what you have to put on the back seat. I think that one of the things that we're considering, and again, we don't want to like give away our secret, because that secret is of course going to give you that anticipation as to what we're doing to the back end of the Revel to make everything even more livable, and that will be in our 12-month review of the Revel. One of the things that we're considering from Overland Gear Guy is he has this amazing pack that you can put on the ladder in the back of the Revel, and that pack will hold all of our firewood, because the modification that we're in the process of doing, we're not sure if it's going to hold our firewood or how it will hold it, but we do know that it will hold our clothes. And my absolute shoe obsession, if you haven't noticed through all of our videos, that I love my shoes. I need to have a pair for every single thing that we do. Jim is hilarious. He has this like blue pair of tennis shoes. I don't know if you have been following along and noticing, but he will go hiking in the snow in these blue Nike shoes. And I have to remind him, hey, maybe you'd be a little bit more comfortable if you put on your snow boots. And then I had to remind him that maybe if he put on his 511 pants and his the boots that he wears for work, they were in our last video, and then he realized, oh yeah, on this hike I'm a little bit more comfortable than what I'm wearing. He's such a basic guy. So my point is that when you live such a basic life and you find these things like Overland Gear Guys has to offer us to make our lives a little bit more simple, even though they're stupidly simple as it is, it's very, very helpful. So yeah, you guys can give crap the next time you see Jim in his like blue tennis shoes out hiking in minus 10-degree weather. Let's see, his phone is going dead. Nature calls, Andrew. Thanks. Nature calls. The beautiful thing about this is when, yeah, nature calls, I go there. He goes somewhere else. um, Seriously, if you want to know more about that, we can tell you. Absolutely. How can you give us your email address? So how about we give you ours? Jim answers email addresses. Jim has an email and he answers emails through, if you have a pen, write this down. We don't have a personal like Wings and Wheels account yet. We don't have a internet site or our personal web page yet, and believe me, I have had all of that in the past. I have had a web page where I have sold stuff, and I've had businesses in the past. It's just, this isn't exactly why we're doing what we do. You can either find us on Facebook at Wings and Wheels Alaska and send us a message through Facebook. You can find us on Instagram at Wings and Wheels Alaska, or you can personally email Jim at, got a pen? JSPIES 78 at gmail.com. So if you really want to like send us a message personally, those are probably the three best places to talk to us personally. And we also, as you have noticed, when you comment, we respond to every single comment, and that's probably the highlight of my morning. I wake up, I have a cup of coffee, I sit down and I interact and I talk to you guys, and that's just so much fun. And the feedback that you guys have to give us, fabulous, because that feedback keeps us going. Okay, so I would think that would be extremely, okay, so yes, that would be extremely helpful real estate. So our idea with our son for real estate is actually a really good idea because it helps give that sense of space.
Sorry.
He's so rude. So thank you, Kayak Dreamer, because he could use that encouragement right now in terms of like getting out there, doing open houses, and doing a YouTube channel, and not just from a realtor's perspective, but from a perspective of somebody who's just walking into a home, what it's like to walk into that home, what it's like to take a shower, what it's like to drive to a school. So thank you for that feedback. He really needs it right now. Again, like I said, he's working at Lowe's, and there's like this whole risk for working at Lowe's, and he is yet another out of 100 reasons why our home base is not exactly safe for us to go home to.
Maggie said, we had a baby moose on our porch the other day that made their day. That is why we live in Alaska. It's moments like this.
Yes. Do you ever catch it on your Ring camera, or when you just walk outside and see the moose? We have driven up to places and we've seen the moose and we can't park, so we have to like literally give the moose a ride away and wait for an hour.
I like this one. Daniel said, apologize for tuning in late. No problem, Daniel. But can you discuss gymnastics of sleeping in the Revel bed?
Oh, that's
Most
a good one.
specifically, the situation of getting up to use the bathroom at night.
Okay.
Also, do you use a step stool with the bed?
Okay, this was going to be covered in our 12-month review of the Revel with the bed, and gymnastics is really a good way to put it. I think, Daniel, that maybe I should use that when we talk about our 12-month review of the Revel and the bed. Okay, let's talk about this. Originally, so as you know, with the Revel, the bed is horizontal. That this way, not this way. And one of us at some point will have to get up before the other. And originally, I liked to be sleeping by the door. I liked the coziness of it. I liked just feeling like I was being cocooned. And that changed. And then I started, so Daniel, our original thoughts were whoever gets up first in the morning to make the coffee is going to be the one who sleeps on the outside. That changed because sometimes I start to, during the middle of the night, I don't sleep very well. I never have. Sometimes I have to get up during the middle of the night, maybe just to get up. Sometimes I have to get up during the middle of the night just to pee. Not because I have to pee, but sometimes I just have to get up during the middle of the night, no matter where I am. I have to get up during the middle of the night. Jim sleeps like a rock. He does not move. Once his head hits that pillow, he's like done. The world doesn't exist. So if anything was to happen during the middle of the night, I'm the one who has to respond to it. If we hear a sound, if we hear anything, if somebody tries to break in during the middle of the night, there's all these reasons why I have to sleep on the outside of the van.
I don't hear any sounds.
Nothing. Why I have to sleep on the outside. Number one, I don't sleep well, never have, no matter where I'm at. But number two, I hear everything. I'm a light sleeper. But number three, I do have to use the bathroom during the middle of the night. But yet he's the one that makes the coffee first thing in the morning, right? So he's the one who gets out of bed to make the coffee. So this is how it goes. I'm a light sleeper. I kind of know when he's starting to like get up. I kind of roll over to my side. He does this like one knee over me. Whether or not he makes it past me that morning is another story. But eventually he makes the coffee. That's the gymnastics. Just being honest. And then he makes the coffee and I try to go back to sleep.
Overline Gear Guy asks, how are you doing tonight?
That was like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, did you want to answer that?
We talked about that.
Terry Burns said CB radio so you can let the truckers know when you need help. Yes, Terry, that's something that we're thinking about. It's an easy mod, and
Nick.
we just want to. Yeah, Nick had one, and we just want to make sure that the decision that we make is the right decision, whether it's CB or sat phone or whatever it is. But we love feedback on this. Absolutely. Overland Gear Guy said we rented a couple times before we bought, and it was a good thing. We thought we wanted a 170, but a 144 was perfect for what we do.
Yep.
We agree 100%. The 144, we do not have any regrets with whatsoever. The 170, the only thing the 170 really offered was, instead of the tightness of our bench and our table here, which you can't see, but it's right here.
Here, let's show you.
Which isn't even that tight. And we can actually fold this table out. So we have a full table here. But, I mean, it just gave a little bit more space between where she's laying and where my table is. But this isn't even a tight fit. I mean, this works perfectly for us, for our needs. So if we need a workstation, we have a workstation.
Oops, sorry. Okay. The stand I have this on is like... Okay. Thank you guys for the thumbs up so far. By the way, if you're here, just give us that because it helps us in some way.
B-Roll said, I've watched UK van lifers sell everything and go off their head in 3 months. Think your idea is good. There's also another guy, Greg Virgo. He is cool. Full-time a year. Van build vids are great. We'll take a look at them. We watched several UK van lifer videos. And
the UK ones, you guys, okay.
I mean, they just crack us up because there are no limits.
Yeah. So some of you may already know this, but I'm first generation American, and my family is from the UK. I don't know if they're watching this right now. Those who are in the UK and living in a van, and I try to explain this to Jim, but I don't think that I really have the words to explain it. Those of you who are in the UK and doing this, it's way, way, way out there. In America, it's one thing, right? There's this whole van life movement, especially with the millennials. In the UK, they're putting themselves out there to be doing this, especially with their families and their friends. And the ones that we watch, they're so much fun because they're so freaking real. They don't care. You know, we have to worry about showing our wine. I actually have to hold back on my words and cussing and how we feel. The UK guys, they don't care.
They just say it how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're.
So thank you for the suggestions.
Yeah.
In America, you know, people think that the people in the UK are uptight, and no.
I think one of our favorite ones from the UK is called the Boondockers.
Oh God.
Check them out. If you want to see something that's
Boondockers.
gonna freaking make you laugh, those guys are hilarious.
Yeah, if you want to laugh and you promise not to judge, check out the Boondockers because they have a kid and they really don't give a crap about anything, and we love them.
Chris Keller said, "How can I give you my email address?"
I already told him.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like 10 minutes behind, isn't he?
I'm probably way behind.
Okay, so it is on 58 degrees and it's getting really warm in
Yeah,
here.
it is.
So
This is what the insulation does. It makes it really warm. You can turn the fan up above.
okay, it's gonna be a little bit loud.
Oh, that's true.
It's 30 degrees outside right now. It is probably let's see, 7:20. Hey, I got a notification. 7:20 in the evening, and it's hot in here, and our heat is hardly even on. So again, insulation. Let's talk about that. Let's not.
We already did.
That's what I said. We've talked about insulation so much; it's ridiculous.
Maggie said, "Jeremy snores and sleeps like a dead man, and I make his coffee in the morning. I am the perfect wife."
Oh yes, you are. Especially for somebody who can.
I make the coffee every day.
He does make the coffee every day, but if you can live with somebody who snores and sleeps like a dead man in a van, then kudos to you because I actually wear earplugs.
And they're in their fifth wheel full time.
Absolutely. I wear earplugs. I still sleep light, and teeth grinding. Let's not go there.
I do my best.
He does. It's not his fault. I'm really not giving you crap for it, but it's nothing you can really do anything about. But we have our issues during the night, and we just have to deal with it.
John said, "The bed and its orientation is what appeals most to me about the Revel. In spite of the gymnastics, do you still like it?" We absolutely 100% love it.
I like the gymnastics.
And yeah, well,
Being honest.
sometimes when you flop that leg over, you know how it goes.
Yes, the bed this way is perfect. So we were looking at the beds that originally that appealed to me were sort of these two twin beds on either side of the van, and it didn't really appeal to me to not sleep with Jim at night. The gymnastics, yes. We haven't needed a step stool for all of that, but it's been great.
So we don't lift our bed very often, but that'll change soon.
Oh.
You'll know why.
I think some of you probably have figured it out, but our bed will be going up and down more often, and we'll be enjoying the space underneath the bed more often as well.
Kayak Dreamer said the 144 rocks. Absolutely 110%. The 144. So a lot of people don't realize this, but when we did our trip up to Tuktoyakta, I had the 144. Our buddy had the 170, and he was bottoming out and had to slow down and couldn't keep up with me. So I ended up having to follow him a lot of the way, and he threw mud all over my van, just so that we could stay together. So that's kind of the story behind that. That was
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Not to mention we can park anywhere we want to park without any issues. Are any of you going to ask why Jim never changes his sweatshirt?
I do too. Well, I guess that's Ronnie. Asked, hi Ronnie.
What's his name on here?
James Spees.
Hi, James Spees. It's good to see you again.
So my son just asked a question. How far out of town are you? Do you take family out with you?
Yes. Okay. So let's talk about that because you've missed like the first hour of it. But thank you for missing that. Right now
we miss you, Ronnie.
Yeah, we miss you. We are not out of town right now. We wanted to be out of town, and we just decided that it was the best thing to not be out of town. Coming back from my trip, this is like the perfect quarantine location for us, me, and Jim gets to visit me every now and then. In terms of do we take family? Yes, although our family, as you know, has to be accustomed to sleeping in a tent. So we've shown some videos of taking family with us, perfectly fine with it. We just have to throw up a tent for them, and we have to find a place to put our family in a tent. As you know, the youngest has slept on the bed inside the van, and she's perfectly fine with that. In fact, there's been times where she hasn't even pulled out the bed to fall asleep. She's just fallen asleep like Ember has right there. We do take family probably 5 or 6 times per year in the summer, and they love the hell out of it.
And we have another solution coming to that soon.
We do. So there again, like what we were just talking about, we're doing our 12-month review coming up, and we've added this modification to where we can enjoy even more family. As
Yep.
long as you enjoy being outside of the van and not everybody sitting inside the van and playing on their phones or whatever, as long as family enjoys being outside and going hiking or sitting around a campfire, family is more than welcome.
Sheila and Mike
Hi,
just
Sheila
joined
and Mike.
us. They said, hi guys, wanted to say hi from Vancouver Island, Canada.
We love our Canadian friends.
We are starting off on our adventure later this year. Can't wait.
Where are you going?
Yeah, we want to hear more.
Yeah.
That intrigues us. Now you left us on a cliff.
Cliffhanger.
Kayak Dreamer said, especially when the gymnastics fail, huh? Wink, wink. Yes, I love it when the gymnastics fail.
You're live. So.
And my son's watching.
Yeah. We have a kid on the internet. We actually have 2 kids on here right now.
Overland Gear Guy said, we are going to do an Instagram live tomorrow and talk about the van build disaster, and you all can ask questions you might have. 12 noon Mountain Time. Overland Gear Guy will be on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If you guys haven't checked out Overland Gear Guy on Instagram, on YouTube, check him out because he has been...
Or on his website.
Yeah. The things that he has on there, he's been a huge supporter of us, and what he's going through right now is actually really enlightening.
We love his gear. He has fantastic quality in his products and a lot of stuff that we want. We just can't necessarily get
Afford
all
yet.
at once.
But he has been such a genuinely, we have this connection between, again, Buffalo Wool Company and my mom who made this hat for me, by the way. And those are the guys who have supported us the most throughout all of this.
Andrew asks, do you have lithium batteries or lead acid? Currently we have AGM, which is lead acid. The lithium in the 2021s are actually inside the van. We don't know how that change is going to be, but as far as our batteries are AGM and they're outside the van, so we haven't had any issues with them whatsoever.
And then you just commented, Buffalo Wool Company, they are the best. They have been extremely supportive of us. I absolutely love the idea that we can... I have this hat on right now, and I actually totally forgot that I have this hat on because it's so lightweight. But if you can create a company like that, the way they have in terms of... Yeah, in terms of live, it's hard to explain how we feel about those two. I know that they're very private, but yet very personable as well. So
Yeah, we'll have fun with them.
yeah, their socks, I am wearing them right now. Their gloves, anything that can like keep a bison warm will keep us warm and dry. But yes, they are the best. And my mom is the best for making this for me.
Kayak Dreamer says, I know what your mod is going to be. I
She
just figured it
does.
out."
Okay. So Kayak Streamer just put 2 and 2 together. That's good. It's good. We'll let you know how we feel about.
We're going to give you an honest review on it and
Yeah,
whether it
100%
really will
honest.
work and the amount of space that it takes up. Because we still have snowboards and skis and bikes and stuff like that that we want to be able to fit inside the van. And so that mod, we'll let you know how it works.
Yeah. Right now we're just looking for a place for extra kids to sleep, maybe, and maybe a place
storage.
to put our clothes, and maybe a place to put all my shoes, maybe a place for firewood, which I think we're going to use Overland Gear Guy for that because we want his soft pack to put on the ladder. There's a whole bunch we have like to think about, but honestly, like really, we don't think about a whole lot because we're really enjoying the moment of what we're doing.
We just take advantage of the time that we have and the space that we have.
Yes.
And that's one of the challenges.
Yeah. I know that some of you are just joining us right now, or maybe 5 minutes ago you're probably confused as to what's happening, but yes, we are streaming live to you from Alaska, and yes, we have chosen not to travel from one community to the next. And yes, we're driveway surfing.
So, Rooster,
What?
or Ronnie,
Okay, yeah,
my
Rooster.
son,
Okay.
I call him Rooster, in case anyone's asking.
He's in Seattle,
His
by
name
the
is
way.
James.
We're gonna call you out.
He was on one of our videos way back when we did that Seattle driving sucks video, which we sucked at shooting, but
Yeah.
we've learned a lot since then. But it's definitely a video worth watching if you want to see our son. He said his girlfriend and I can't wait to come up. She's waiting to explore, and I know y'all are the best tour guides if you're not busy, of course. Oh, we'll give you a tour.
Yeah. So the thing is about, as you know, Rooster, that anybody who comes up here and you want to actually go out and do something, you know that we're the best people to go out and do some stuff with. I recall you putting black stuff under your eyes and running out in the middle of nowhere in forests with us.
In your underwear.
Did even have underwear on. So if you know, as you know, you bring your girlfriend up here from Seattle in the summer, you know that it's not only going to be entertaining, it'll be fun. But hopefully by July, when you're planning on coming up here from Seattle, that all of that will be done and you guys can run around together in your underwear.
We'll be
we'll
here
provide
for
you with tents.
We look forward to it more than you know, and we miss you a ton, and we look forward to meeting your girlfriend and taking you guys out and showing you what real Alaska is all about. And that goes with any of you.
Yeah.
Anybody that watches our channel, if you want to reach out to us and you want to go on a tour with us, we'll take you on a tour. Just reach out to us in advance, let us know when you want to go, and we'll try to set something up. Because I tell you, we know some pretty freaking amazing places that we haven't even showed on video yet, because we can't do it all at once. So
We don't want to become like the Alaskan tour guide, but in terms of our channel and those who we've watched with and connected with us, we're absolutely willing to let you come along with us too.
Chris asks, how does Ember like her boots? Do you know who makes them? We have a link in our normal videos down below.
Yeah.
Of where you can order them on Amazon, and so you don't have to buy them through our Amazon. We don't care.
Yeah.
But if you want to, you can. If you don't, then don't. But it tells you who makes them. But she absolutely loves her boots.
She's like really kind of feeling how I have been feeling the past week.
She's just chilling.
Yeah. So honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know the description of the boots. I know that they work for her, and when we first put them on her, Chris, she was like this with them, and then as soon as we put them on her, she decided that she wanted to go further with us, and we actually didn't think much about boots. And I'm going to be transparent right here. We didn't care much about boots, and then one of our subscribers was like kind of hardcore about it, actually.
They chewed us out for letting her run
Yeah,
around.
she actually kind of gave me a new perspective in life from down there. But she was really like passionate about Ember not having boots on, and in all of our years in Alaska and taking dogs with us on our hikes and stuff, we never really considered boots. So we thought maybe this is a good idea, and so we went out and we got these boots. We got them at Sportsman's Warehouse, if you're wondering where we got them from. And we looked at these different options. There was 2 different options, and we got the ones that we had on her, and we put them on her, and she didn't like them. She was shaking her feet. And then we went for a walk with her, and all of a sudden she was out there for much longer than she would normally be, because she usually would run like back to the van, and now she's just like, let's go. Especially 30-degree weather, she doesn't seem to care that much, but when it dropped down to like -degree weather, so sometimes like those people who are out there criticizing you or maybe chewing you, and you know what, it's good to listen to them.
And we've learned that quite often. Sometimes we might not act like we respond, but we do listen to everything everyone tells us. But one thing we did not show on video is this little pesty girl, I'm talking about Ember, one day we got back in the van and we left her boots on while she was sitting in the van for too long, and she started pouting. And I want to upload this video
I
at
actually
some
have
point.
it. It's on my phone, so.
But Cynthia asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" And Ember literally lifted her paw up with the boot on and stared at the back of the van, saying, "This is what's wrong with me." I mean, she 100% understood what was going on, and it's friggin' hilarious. We just didn't have it to put into that video at the time.
The other issue I'm having, so right now we have 32 people right here with us. And I know not all of you are commenting or saying hi, and that's okay. I love to use my phone for videos, and I usually use it for B-roll. And so this video that we were just talking about with Ember, I will do just a quick shot or a quick B-roll type pan shot. And if you've been watching our videos, anytime there's sort of like this like corruption or glitch in the videos that we post, it's because it came from my phone. And so I started using the footage I have on my phone less because of this glitch. If you watch A Day in the Life of a Flight Attendant, you'll see that probably 2 of my favorite shots had a glitch in them. I have absolutely no idea how to fix the glitch. I have Googled it. I got on Reddit. I was just trying to figure it out, but nobody has a really good like suggestion on how to fix that. So if you have any idea, please let me know. If you're good at like researching and figuring things out, please tell me how to fix the glitch when we upload our videos, because you may have seen it. And with the Ember Booties videos, I didn't want to upload it because, again, we're holding back on what we share because of that corruption or glitch from where I video with my phone.
Ronnie asked, "What preference vehicle do we have for a rental if he were to come with us?" We'd probably have you guys ride in the van, and you'll understand why when you get back.
Yeah, so for Ronnie, that's hard to understand, but you could sit in the van with us, but if you want your freedom,
soon.
right.
So
Yeah, but okay, we haven't talked about this, so thanks for like bringing that up right here. You have this ability soon to be able to kind of sleep in this area, but I think that you would want to have your own tent considering your circumstances. I think that what you're talking about is transportation wise.
Yeah.
We have the ability to transport you to wherever you need to go, so don't worry about that. Yeah, if you want to follow along in a vehicle behind us,
Then you want 4-wheel drive, probably.
we
Oh.
have that for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't
rent a vehicle.
Don't hesitate that. Don't rent a vehicle, and that really goes. Right now, we have everything you need to enjoy the outdoors with us, and also enjoy your time together alone.
Yeah.
Without gymnastics.
We'll take care of you.
You're not allowed to have gymnastics.
Don't rent a vehicle. Don't plan on gymnastics inside our vehicles.
We'll take care of you.
Margaret said, "Good morning from Finland." Sorry, our phone died. I had to plug it in.
Oh. Okay, I'm writing you a note. You keep talking.
Hedgehog said, "Have you ever driven to the Arctic Ocean and gone for a dip? Are there many towns and communities up there?" Hedgehog, so we've done both directions. I've done both Alaska up to the Arctic Circle or Arctic Ocean, and I went up to Tuktoyaktuk. So both the Alaska side and the Canadian side up to the Arctic Ocean.
Did he take a dip? No, because there were signs saying that you can't take a dip in the Arctic Ocean because it's not okay. But you know what? I like to not abide by signs like that. I'll take a dip anyway. And I was really disappointed that he didn't take a dip in the Arctic Ocean.
So on the Alaska side, I have jumped in the Arctic Ocean up by Prudhoe Bay. One of the requirements that are required when you go up to Dead Horse is that you apply a day before, and they actually do a tour bus. So you go from Dead Horse up to the Arctic Ocean, and then you have the opportunity to take a dip in it. I did do that, but you do have to plan that in advance so they can do a background check on you in order to approve it. When we went up to Tuktoyaktuk, I did not jump in the Arctic Ocean because
Signs.
there were signs everywhere that said, "Please respect the fishing," or whatever it was. I can't remember now, but it was a cultural aspect for Tuktoyaktuk. So, yes, we have gone to both places.
If you're in here right now, don't forget, you kind of have to hit that thumbs up button for us. I know I have to keep reminding people of that, but I guess that's supposed to help us. So thank you if you hit that thumbs up button. I think the most we've seen today is probably about 70 people, and we totally appreciate that. Right now we're kind of rambling. So we want to kind of stay in here to allow those who, I'm so
Catch
sorry.
us late.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that we do this late, but circumstances in our lives make this happen to where we have to do this late, and our lives have been ridiculous the past week. I can't even begin to tell you what we've been through, but yeah, it's been a lot.
So the second part of that question was, are there many towns and communities up there? So if you take the Alaska side, you basically go from Fairbanks to the Arctic Circle to Coldfoot to Dead Horse.
Let's talk about Coldfoot.
Coldfoot is like the gas station you have to go to, or you're not going to have enough fuel to get anywhere.
Coldfoot Camp is actually this really amazing community where you can actually stop in, and it's for truckers, but they also embrace tourists and travelers like us who are going up there to either photograph or enjoy nature. Coldfoot has an Instagram, and their photographs on Instagram are amazing. You'll get the northern lights. You'll get pictures of beauty that a lot of people never see in terms of Alaska. So Finland, if you're still here, um, we I think that Coldfoot is something that you would want to see because they live up there. That is their community. And a week ago, Jim was like, let's go up to Coldfoot, let's go to the Arctic Circle. But Anaktuvik has actually shut down their community to travelers, which is 100% understandable. Coldfoot is something that you absolutely have to experience.
Yeah, Coolfoot. I mean, it's only a few buildings, but there's so much history behind that area. And just north of Coldfoot is Adigan Pass, which is the highest pass in Alaska, which is an incredible drive, and you've probably seen it on ice road truckers. And then once you come down the backside of Adigan Pass, there's Galbraith Lake. And that is the one place that I promise you, if you ever get the opportunity to camp there, and you stay there for 1, 2, 3, however many days you want to, you will never, ever, ever regret staying at that campground.
A lot
And
of
it's
people like sort of breeze through Adigan Pass, and we've seen that there's really nowhere to pull off in terms of like what we're able to show in terms of videoing and photography and everything in Adigan Pass. You have to be able to stop and just enjoy what you see. And then I honestly haven't gone past Adigan Pass, but there was this really super cool place. It was called Finger Rock. And
That's before the Arctic Circle.
yeah, so this is before the Arctic Circle, and I really don't want to breeze through this if we're going to talk about it. You guys, you can go 50, 60 miles and find the most beautiful things. And I feel like the mistake that people make is they don't stop to talk about or to experience the things in Alaska that are so incredibly beautiful. Finger Rock, I could have spent a week there. The geographical aspects of Finger Rock,
It's like stepping back in a prehistoric time.
it's literally a finger that looks like it's pointing to the gods. And
When I think about that area personally, I like immediately transform to our ancient ancestors who were hunting mammoths.
yeah,
I mean, that's what that area was about.
but you have to actually spend time there, and then you have to actually spend time in Coldfoot and maybe get to know the community, maybe talk to them.
And Wiseman.
Oh my gosh, Wiseman. There's so much to say about each and every individual place that we visit, and you have to actually spend the time saying something about that. And I think that maybe we fail in that aspect because we've talked about Talkeetna, we have talked about
Like every town,
McKinley,
Hope,
Denali,
and
Hope. But I don't feel like we've really given you a true perspective of the vastness of Alaska and what it's like to travel Alaska in a van. And I feel like what I'm learning from all this is everywhere that we stop, we need to spend more time talking about that individual place. And I feel like there's a lot of people, we kind of actually know another YouTuber right now who is kind of on the same link that we are, who wants to come up to Alaska and spend a week here. You cannot come to Alaska and spend 1 week and actually experience the vastness of what we have to share. I know that sounds silly, but you can spend a week maybe in Anchorage. You can spend a week maybe in Fairbanks, in the cities, or you can spend a week maybe going down to Homer and back. But you don't really get to enjoy the true Alaska in a week.
This puts it in perspective. We've been traveling around Alaska now for almost a year making YouTube videos. And we have not even done anything twice. And there's a lot of stuff we have not done at
Yet.
all.
There's
I
so
mean,
much to
it's-
see.
Even if we go back to a community that we've already visited, we still find something new there that we didn't talk about the first time we were there. So it goes to show that if you come up here and plan to be here for a week, you're not going to experience what you had the opportunity to have.
And I think that that's a problem with traveling, is there's so much to see in such a short period of time. And when you actually talk to the locals and you talk to the people who are like, okay, this is a necessity. I want to talk to somebody who contacted me on Instagram who asked about what it was like to van life in Alaska. And I honestly have not met her personally, and I would like to give you her Instagram account because she spent last summer traveling through Alaska. This is totally off the top of my head. Hold on, let me find her. Okay. This is totally off the top of my head, but she spent last summer backpacking, much like you, Ronnie, James Spees, what you want to do in Alaska, right? She spent the summer backpacking around Alaska, but she's currently in the middle of a van build, and she reached out to us, and I gave her all the information that I possibly could. Her name is Andrea in Alaska, and she has the most beautiful pictures of going to Juneau, going to Sitka. She has the kind of really coolest Instagram Alaska account that I have seen. And I think that that's the beauty in all this, is there is so much to see in such a short period of time. You can't come to Alaska and spend a week here if you want to come here and actually really enjoy the beauty. We're going back and forth between chords right now. Her Instagram, and again, I have no personal relationship with her, but it's Andre, Andrea, in Alaska. Although she's not currently in Alaska, she's building a van to come up to Alaska, and I've had these like conversations with her back and forth, and she has really cool pictures. But she is kind of the classic example of, you have to come up here and spend time in places that you might not normally consider spending time. It's not like California or New York, or like when we went through New York City with our friends Jose and Maddie. We had a great time, but it was not anything that we thought that it would be like as Alaskans. Everything was smaller. Everything was, Rockefeller Center was like the ice rink at the mall. No offense to you guys, really, but it wasn't as grand as what we are used to.
Until we went to 911.
Yeah. Again, we said we were going to keep this like lighthearted, but when we went to the 9/11, when we went to the Trade Center, in terms of what we both do for a living, that was, oh my God.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Life changing.
So the next question is, did you solve the problem of dust getting in drawers and on beds when driving on dirt roads?
Mm-hmm.
So far, yes, we have, but everything's been frozen. So we don't know that that's 100% true. We did insulate everything that was having the problem. Our back door was having a problem. We made an adjustment. We posted a video on that. And so far, so good. But like I said, everything is now frozen. Everything's under snow. Who knows?
Okay.
That could change in a couple weeks. I'm sorry.
It could, but it is reality. But when we did the installation video, we showed you like this hole that was underneath the bottom drawer, and the hole was probably like this big, right? And I feel like as soon as we plugged up this big of a hole underneath the bottom drawer, that will alleviate all of our dust problems. And let me just be 100% honest with you. These are, again, first world problems in terms of owning a vehicle that is your home on wheels. This is our house. Every single house that we have ever owned has had way more problems than what we have now. So yeah, we got a little bit of dust through a hole. We plugged up that hole, and we'll know more in the summer, but this is not really a huge deal to us.
Andrew asked, any tips about crossing the border with an 870 shotgun?
Oh,
Andrew,
don't.
do your paperwork.
Yeah, don't do it.
Plan it. Well, you can plan it in advance. Do the paperwork that's required, and more than likely an 870 will be fine.
I think that your best bet
They're
is,
okay with shotguns normally, so just do your paperwork in advance.
okay.
A pistol, you're not going to get across, even if you try and do the paperwork. But
Okay, I was going to give you a trick and tip, but maybe it's not best to do it on YouTube.
yeah, you can reach out to us privately.
Yeah.
Overland Gear Guy says a week in Alaska is a tease. Yes, it is.
Overland Gear
I
Guy.
spent
you
a summer
know.
of 2016 there. One of my best memories. Even a summer, in our opinion, a summer is a tease too. Doing this in a van over the winter has probably been one of the best experiences
Yes.
in our lives. I
Yep.
mean, it's a lot of people were hating on us and saying that we were putting ourselves at risk for going out there in the middle of winter. And even through the storms and the cold, and I mean, our van held up perfectly, which is, I mean, credit to Winnebago, even though we did our own work on it. This van has really held up in Rixon, and
So,
it's just, I don't know. I'm sorry.
he's
I'm
rambling.
a fan. I'm making fun of this whole. You guys are gonna die out there right now.
Okay, so he totally is, because Overland Gear Guy, thank you for saying that, because we have gotten so much feedback in terms of what are you doing and why are you doing it? Why are you exploring Alaska in minus 40 degrees, and why are you being so dramatic? Or there's so much, you know, and I think that he just kind of started to hit the head on that, but there is so much up here that is to be seen, and whether or not you react to it emotionally when you see it and what happens from day to day. Our goal right now is to show people what it's like to be up here, whether you're in a car or a tent or a hotel or a van, or it, like you said, a week is a tease. When we see people who want to come up here for just a week, we get a little bit frustrated. Again, you know, the travel industry in which I work in, and it's a little frustrating. People who come up here and they'll take a cruise from, let's say, Petersburg or somewhere, and they'll maybe get off in Juneau, and they really don't get to see the true, genuine vastness of Alaska. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who come up and they do a railroad trip, and the railroad, you guys, the Alaska Railroad is an amazing thing to discover, and we've done it. But it gives you this like really fast moving, like almost time-lapse version of what it feels like to be here. So I think that one of our greatest challenges is we can spend a week in an area, and our greatest challenge is showing you what it actually feels like to be in that area. And we spend so much time enjoying what it feels like that sometimes it's hard to turn on the camera and show you what it's actually like. We can take a hike together, we can take Ember for a walk, we can go out and we can, you know, do our thing, but to show you the actual emotion behind it is really, really hard. And I honestly can't think of, you guys know at this point, if you, those of you who have been stuck with us for the freaking hour that we've been talking, those of you who know that I travel all over the United States. I have been to pretty much every city except for Maine. And Mountain Guy, I seriously want to go to Maine, and I want to meet up with you and experience Maine. But I've been to all these other cities, but there is nothing like what we experience in Alaska. And I hope that that makes sense to you. We are the size, our Matsu Valley is the size of Scotland.
Are there plugs?
He's being super nice to me in terms of going in and out, and that's a whole nother story. But what are you looking for?
Where are the plugs?
Oh, I have. Oh,
It's in here somewhere.
yeah. Overland gear guy. We were just talking about this. Like everything that I have, it's like, if he asks me where it is seriously right now in one of your bags. So it might be a little tangled up, but he just asked me for another phone cord. I found it in my little stash with my sunglasses. And I have this cool thing for my camera that I haven't put on there yet. I have earplugs because Jim is impossible to sleep with. Hand lotion. Oh my gosh, you name it, it is in here. And that's just one of these little bags. And so somebody suggested that we like put our stuff in Tupperware containers. You want to tell me that I could put a Tupperware container up here and just shove it away and not forget about it? Because that's what I want to do. I want to forget about the stuff that I don't have, or that I have. I know it's there, but
There we go.
okay. So he is back plugged into you, and I am done rambling.
All right. Sorry about that. I was looking for a cord. Where were we?
I don't know where were we, you guys? You remind us because he is very rude.
Ronnie says, or Rooster says, more sightseeing and camping is how I see Alaska more or so. Can't wait to leave the chaos of Seattle right now.
And okay, Rooster, James Bees, we totally get it. I can't tell you how we went into the epicenter of Seattle and the epicenter of Chicago and New York, and how experiencing all of that makes you want to escape to Alaska. Just remember that right now you have a mandatory 14-day quarantine period, and hopefully all of that is done in July.
Yep. So Tony asked, how have you been coping with or being on the road during quarantine? Has everything been going well at Revel? Yes, but we did decide to come back to a home base, which is what we're doing right now, just
The quarantine
for
is
the
like
safety of
this really crazy issue with us because we are actually exempt from the quarantine, and in terms of being critical infrastructure and basic life support, there's this whole balance. I know you probably missed the beginning of this. We came back to a place where we would feel safe, but at the same time, I want to be out in the middle of nowhere.
it. Yeah. So that's a short
It's a
story.
whole long, like, stupid story, but I want to be out quarantined in the middle of nowhere, and unfortunately, yeah.
Imagine Your Odyssey said, hello from the East Coast. Hello.
You guys are up late.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you. We know it's much worse with what everyone's dealing with right now out there. So,
What?
huh?
What did you just say?
It's much worse where they're at.
On the East Coast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alaska has always been top of my list to visit. Once this crazy stuff is done, I'm now going to make it happen. I was thinking 2 to 3 weeks to explore is enough. Is
Who
that
said
enough
that?
time to see the best of Alaska? Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
2 to 3 weeks. Well, it's enough to zip through Alaska, but yeah, you'll be able to see stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So the drive up here, you'll enjoy. Once you get here, 2 to 3 weeks while you're here is good. And I think, again, van tracking could give you some insight onto this because, again, we are lifelong residents and we have like met up with people who are only here for a few weeks and we've given them tours of what it feels like to be in Alaska. Um, that it depends on what you want to see.
If you do the
It-
basic triangle really quickly, you could do that in 2 to
It also
3 weeks.
depends on the weather. We know some people out there who've tried to do videos and YouTube videos on going to Alaska, and they kind of got screwed up on going to Denali and wanting to go on a tour, but yet they didn't have anybody to watch their dog or whatever. It's how you plan ahead and how much time you plan on spending here, which makes you happy. We've also seen other videos where it's like the wildfires. They didn't expect the wildfires to be happening while they're up here, and there was all this drama. But our state is so big, you can avoid all the drama. You know what? We kind of like let ourselves into drama up at the Arctic Circle, and we decided to avoid the drama and go south. How hard is that? So
I mean, our Denali trip, we had no drama at all.
No.
It was kind of amazing.
yeah.
You can watch that video. That was once in a lifetime, probably.
Yeah. As we promised you from the moment we started our channel that we would like stay drama free and we were gonna sit here and whine about things, and if this fire is bad and the smoke is bad when you come up here, then reach out to somebody who's local and say, where should I go? Or that was this past summer. If you have a problem with your dog, maybe reach out to somebody who's local. Maybe you can get help with your dog, or maybe not go on a bus, or yeah.
Rooster said he would love to be here longer than a week, but he has to work. A week, we'll show you and your girlfriend everything you need to see in a week.
A week would be good to go to, let's say, Kenai, or maybe if we can't. Okay, let me tell you this. If you're just not joining us, I know that there's 32 people in here. You may have just joined us like 5 minutes ago, and we've been rambling a lot. If you're planning on coming to Alaska this summer, once everything lightens up, or maybe next summer, but this summer, just keep in mind that Riley Creek Campground, the campground in Denali, has shut down by 20% for the summer. So because of construction that they're doing on campground there, just know that maybe in Denali you're not going to find an actual campground to camp in.
If they open.
If they open it, pay attention to iOverlander. If you're coming to Alaska for a week, my suggestion would be to, okay, so you who I'm talking to, you've gone south, you've been to Kenai. Why don't you try somewhere else that you haven't been before, such as like maybe Seward, or maybe going north to Kasugi campground, maybe going north to all these like wild camping areas, maybe follow the path of into the wild. There's so much that you can do in a week that will take you away from anything that you've ever done before or ever seen before.
Don't worry, Rooster, we got you.
Yeah.
Andrew said, who's the better skier? I am.
He is. Yeah. I have downhill skied several times. He can snowboard, but because he can snowboard, I think that it kind of makes him the better skier.
I've been skiing my whole life. I got bored with skiing, that's why I took up snowboarding.
Yep. And also, he may be afraid of heights. I may be more adventurous, but when it comes to physically being hurt, I worry about that a little bit more than he does, if that makes sense. So in terms of skiing, he's got it. In terms of like skydiving and taking those calculated risks,
Heck no.
that's me.
Daniel asks, are you using shore power now, or is everything being powered by coach batteries? Right now, we're on shore power.
Unfortunately. And we got DoorDash delivery from my son. But I don't have a temperature, I don't have a cough, obviously.
Sheila said your picture is frozen. Is it still frozen? It's not showing frozen on the other screen. Sheila, Mike, is it still frozen? Okay. Imagine Your Odyssey asks, yes, it's getting rough here. There isn't anywhere to go out in our RV because most places are closed or shut down. I use that time to do videos and now mostly running lives on Saturday nights.
So remind me, imagine your RV, because
Odyssey. Imagine Your Odyssey.
imagine your Odyssey. Where remind me where they're at, because this is so hard doing live. Because I want to know where you're at and why you're experiencing what you are.
We'll check out your channel. I
Absolutely,
don't
but
know if we've gone to their channel before.
imagine your Odyssey RV. I know that a lot of campgrounds are closed. We have maybe 4 that are still open up here in Alaska, and that's because we have the ability with a landmass to social distance. We're
And we can boondock a lot.
boondocking. We're just choosing right now to be at our home base, but yet, as we said earlier, our home base isn't exactly safe because I'm protecting the people who are inside the home base. And I have everything I need right here. And I really want to be out in the middle of nowhere, but
Hedgehog said, I'm from New Zealand, so would have to hire a vehicle. What would be your recommendation? It depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for a van type recommendation? Let us know. I mean, there's a recent company now called Alaska Vans who is renting out vans that are built out. So that would be a good place to reach out to.
I also have somebody who's very close to me that was renting out a motorhome. And if you want to reach out to us, you can let us know if you're coming to Alaska. He might be willing to do that. I hope that we're able to connect you with somebody in Alaska who is willing to rent out a vehicle to help you, because really all you need, 4 wheels, somewhere to sleep.
And it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something to be, on
do
your
you need a
own, or if you
shower?
want to have a hotel, or
Are you okay with being in the woods?
what are you looking for? So there's a lot of questions.
If you're from
open.
Australia, I have a feeling that you're okay with roughing it. So when it comes to Alaska, there's Great Alaska, I think it's through Winnebago. And honestly, I think at this point it's okay with telling you guys. Great Alaska something with Winnebago. I don't know. Great Alaska Holidays, I think is what they're called. And you can rent a Class C.
That's the Winnebago dealer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just let us know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
We'll try to hook you up with someone that isn't absurd.
Absurd.
Did your friend who bottomed out in the 170 have 4x4 or 4x2? He had 4x4. He actually had a 3-inch lift, and that didn't help much.
And you might want to get more into that. So there was 4-wheel drive, there was a 3-inch lift, and there was a 170 inch chassis involved.
Versus our 144 with the 4-wheel drive.
Right. And the bottoming out, it depends on what you have on the bottom.
No, it was hitting the back end.
Okay. So the back end was falling with his.
The roads up here aren't that great if you're off-road.
You gotta take it easy up here, by the way. The road to McCarthy. Woo. Don't do it unless you have like 4-wheel drive and you have a high clearance, and once you get there it's totally worth it. And honestly, when we got to McCarthy, we didn't share a whole lot about what was going on in McCarthy, and I don't even remember why. We had friends who
we ended up meeting up people.
We meet
That's why.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to be on video.
Yeah, we didn't ask them. So when we got to McCarthy in Alaska, which is this absolutely amazing town with beautifully, they gave us a place to stay on their land for as long as we wanted to stay. Now, where else in the United States where you find people who are willing to give you a place to stay on their land for as long as you want to stay. And when we got to McCarthy, we actually ended up talking to people and interacting with people. So we, of course, didn't want to turn on the camera. There's so much you guys don't see when it comes to like behind the scenes and not turning on the camera. Ugh, it's so frustrating. But with their respect, so honestly, I met up with another flight attendant who worked with Southwest, and she had been there for 20 years, and she had actually given me advice is to stay with my job. And this was a year ago, this past summer. And because I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep doing what I do, right now, I am not sure if I want to keep doing what I do. Jim has a very secure job. And so in terms of like understanding what each other are going through, it's like, it's really hard. I'm out there on the front lines, and he's very secure, and so here we are, quarantining in Alaska.
Imagine your Odyssey said they're from Central
Virginia, that's awesome, but
They're going through a rough time.
that's
right now, too.
hard right now, you guys. Anybody who's in New York or California or
Virginia.
Hawaii, Virginia, anywhere who's in like this small land mass type of place, it's
Sheila and Mike said, we film a lot of our off-road adventures. I'm trying to learn editing and putting stuff together before our big trip.
oh,
What software do you use?
No.
And are you self-taught?
okay. Let's talk about that. That's a
We're
really
100% self-taught through mistakes.
That's a really, really good question. So, a lot of the people that we hear from have told us that they want to start a YouTube channel, that they're waiting until they know more, or they're waiting until they have the right equipment, or the right editing tools, or the right time. Let me tell you this.
Go back to our first video.
No, don't even worry about us. Let me tell you this. Even if you have a phone, even if you have like iMovie, even if you have the most simple, basic tools to start editing, just do it. When you're doing it, just get out there and do it. And even if you just film yourself waking up, even if you film yourself just like driving down the road, even if you film yourself just like the simplest things, you'd be surprised how good it can be. And
how much you learn doing it.
yeah. So my greatest advice would be just get out there and do it, no matter what you have, no matter what editing program you have, no matter what you have. So when we first started, this is the question, right? Like, what did we have? What was the editing? Okay, when we first started, we had, let me show you.
So when we first started, we had this camera.
We had a Canon 60, and this was literally the one and only thing that we ever had when we first started. It was for photography, and you don't even need that. Right now, I use my iPhone 11 for most of the shots that I get. The problem is that we have this glitch thing going on, and then we also have a couple of other cameras that we use, but it's not about the equipment that you use, it's about getting out there and filming it. So get out there. We originally used iMovie on Jim's computer, and honestly the very, very, very first videos that we did were iPhone, iMovie, downloaded to YouTube without any editing experience, no photography experience,
No
nothing,
drone shots,
nothing.
no cool shots.
And then you start to build that base of people who are like, okay, this is kind of something that I want to see. And then we started, I think eventually we transitioned from iMovie, which I actually really love to use. If a video is edited in iMovie, that's mine. If a video is edited 100% in Final Cut Pro, that's Jim. And if the video has like all these weird like transitions and videography and shots, That's me, because I spent my time researching how to make the best like B-roll shots. Does that make sense? I hope that answers your question. It doesn't really matter what you have or what you use as long as you tell a story, beginning, middle, and end.
So we started with iMovie. Now we use Final Cut Pro, and we kind of flip back and forth between the two depending on what cameras we're using and what story we're trying to tell and what transitions we need in order to tell that story. So the most important piece is have a story, beginning, middle, end.
Yeah, you have to have that. You have your day, right? Your day is occurring. Like you can photograph or video however that day is occurring, and then film it as it unfolds, and naturally film how that day unfolds, and then find a climax to that day, whatever it was that happened that was amazing, and film whatever it was that was amazing. Film through your entire day, and then come with a conclusion. And I think that's the most important part. Like when we read stories, when we read books, that's the most important thing is you have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And you want to keep it natural. You, as you guys know, I don't think anybody in here right now who's watching us thinks that we actually create a story, because we don't. But when it comes to editing, what is that? Oh my gosh, Cass.
I'll get to it.
Okay. Something just popped up that we have no idea. But when it comes to editing a film, you really have to understand that you keep it genuine, and you have to keep the introduction genuine. You have to keep the body genuine, and then you have to keep the conclusion so much that, like you're reading a book, you want to know more about what has to happen in the future. So, what was
Mario Heyman, I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Cass?
Mario Heyman said, I have a great job as an instructor for CPR and first responder.
Yes.
My goal is to buy out the van I want and go full-time on the road giving courses. Mario, thank you so much for your frontline work. We truly appreciate it. You did not have to donate. We appreciate that 100%. But we appreciate you more.
Is that Cass?
Canadian $5?
Mario is okay.
Yeah, $5.
So we really have no idea how this works, but Mario, as being on the front lines, in the UK, stick with me for a minute, okay? Because I'm really curious to know how you feel about this. In the UK, they are actually asking flight attendants, because we are BLS certified, to help with the COVID pandemic. And they want us, if we are on leave, they want us to be there to provide comfort, which is what we're really good at. We're really good at making people feel good. They want us to be there to provide CPR. They want us to be able to provide medication and an IV if needed. What are your thoughts on that?
Canyon Adventure Vans. Hello.
We're waiting. We're waiting for you guys.
It's good to see you guys. Terry said, I loved your McCarthy trip. Thank you, Terry.
But right now, we'll get back to that. So let's get back to Canyon Adventure Vans, because we will talk about them. But Mario, what are your thoughts on, like, if you have a basic service to provide, of putting yourself out there to provide it? Let's say in the UK, they're calling on flight attendants to go out there and be there for people. And honestly, right now, I would say that I would be there 100%.
You can't.
I can't because of my home life, but I just want to know.
You can't.
Well, it's a long story.
He's in Quebec, Canada.
He'll know.
And right now offering my services to the government, giving support.
Yep. So the United States, we haven't talked about this.
What are you talking about with UK?
Okay, so the United States hasn't created this yet.
He's in Canada.
I know. Okay. We'll get back to that. We'll tell you later. Thank you, Mario.
I'm confused.
You'll be confused because...
All right. Three for the road said hello. Tony said good night. Have a safe and wonderful night. I'm so happy to know
Tony.
that you are doing well. Chris says gotta go. You guys are great. Andrew said, will you get the same tires when it's time to replace them, or will you go bigger or wider? So right now our plan would be to use the same tires we have now. We absolutely love them. They do everything we need to do. But if we do get a lift on the van, which we are planning to do eventually through Agile Off-Road, then we will go bigger. I guess that's the easy way to say it. But we got so many things on the priority list before that right now that's not a priority. Marcus says, is it free to go excursions there by car as here in Finland? I have been driving to get down on all. For the most part, yes, you can go on excursions here freely, except right now. So we can basically go from the southern point of Alaska, which is Homer or Valdez, all the way up to Prudhoe Bay without any issues. But right now, of course, there are restrictions in place. Mario said same as you. Same as you? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
you guys are on the same page with the
We are on the
conversation.
same page in
I
conversation.
just missed a complete conversation, and you guys are on the same page, so I'll let you talk about that for a few moments.
Okay, Mario,
I
let's
gotta
talk about that.
Make a pit stop. Okay.
Okay. It is, let's see, 8:25 midnight here in Alaska. And Mario, I don't know if you've been following us along for a while, but what Jim said in terms of what does the UK have to do with it, I feel like the United States should probably catch on to this in terms of people who are basic life support frontline employees and they are out of work, that they should be out there assisting with what's going on in the world. And I think that the United States is so far behind what has happened in the rest of the world, if that makes sense. So my question to you, Mario, was those of us who are basic life support trained, how do we encourage people to get out there, and is it worth it to put ourselves out there? And my gosh, there's so much to talk about in terms of what the UK has started, in terms of what the US should probably follow behind with. I hope that makes sense. And I know Jim hasn't been following along with any of that, and I know that he would probably be like, hell no. But in terms of what I do for a living, in terms of providing comfort to people, in terms of basic life support, I feel like it's something that we should embrace. And I honestly cannot read what you guys are saying right now because he took off on me. So, yay. Don't forget, you guys, thumbs up. It helps. Mario Heyman. Mario, do you have a channel of your own? I'd like to know that. And, yeah. Sorry for your bad English. I'm so sorry if I'm talking too fast with your bad English. And one of the things I like to do is, if you are visiting us from, let's say, Italy, I can't tell you how many people we have had visit us from Italy who are sitting at home and doing what they can. And I do my best to use Google Translate as I do at work. Again, I want to utilize skills, and right now the only way we have to utilize these skills is by engaging with you guys and watching what you have to say and talking to you. In terms of basic life support, we have it. I have it. And I'm really considering, if I do have to take leave for my job, which I could possibly be furloughed. I don't know who's been hanging out with us for the past 2 hours, but there's this whole thing that I'm having to deal with. Uh, do I take time off work and accept the CARES Act and possibly rely on unemployment, or do I keep working because that's my mission? That's my job, is to get critical infrastructure to one community to another. And for the most part, I would say 90%. People have been amazing on the airplane, but there's that 10% that freaking scares the hell out of me. um, so yeah, it's this huge question right now in terms of financially how everybody is going to get through the next couple of months. And I'm kind of curious to know what you guys are doing to get by.
Overland Gear Guy said, Agile off-road guys are awesome. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
I have an MBA also, so I'm very familiar with business techniques, etc. Some of their products are kind of overpriced. Some of them are priced where they should be. So we're very familiar with marketing techniques, etc. We do teach business also. So we are very involved with that kind of community.
Agile off-roads is great. We just have to figure out.
Which ones are worth our money? And
Most people do have to decide that, though. But Overland Gear Guy, one of the reasons why we love you is because it's not about all of that, right?
you try to be real.
You are real.
Mario says you can email me if you want. I sent a Facebook joining a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Mario, send us a message on Facebook and we'll talk about what we were just talking about, because right now literally things are up in the air for me. And it creates this division between us because Jim has this critical infrastructure job that no matter what he does, he gets paid for. I have this critical infrastructure job that I either choose to keep doing what I do and not get paid for it and rely on the government, or I choose what I keep doing out of a mission for my company and hoping that they will flourish within the next year. So there's a literally right now a division because I don't know that he really understands.
David said, I stopped drinking 22 years ago. Congratulations. And just trying to get in the mindset, if you're a skier and afraid of heights, then it would motivate you to learn to ski down the mountain very, very fast. I agree 100%. When I'm up on the mountain, I hate to chairlift, but when I get up to the top, I just zoom down. So I have no problem with heights once I'm at the top of the mountain and I'm skiing down or snowboarding. It's getting up there that gives me issues.
It takes a few
Especially if
drinks.
I'm not driving.
I'll be honest, it takes a few drinks to actually motivate him to do that. So David, 22 years, that's freaking amazing.
Rooster asked if COVID-19 is actually airborne, should everyone still work? I don't know. Listen to your medical geniuses out there. We're not.
Okay, yeah, honestly, Rooster, when you're asking questions like that, you have to rely on WHO, HWO, and CDC. Should we work?
We're not going to answer those questions. That's up to WHO and CDC.
Yeah, but do we have to work? Yeah. Again, are you supplying something that is critical? And yes, you are. So that's up to you. But
Imagine Your Odyssey said, I work for DuPont making Tyvek that make all of the suits that people are wearing all over the world. Feels good that I get to go to work and make something that helps. Kudos to you. We completely 100% support you and thank you for all that you are doing. Everyone here needs you right now, so we appreciate your job.
Imagine Your Odyssey. So tell me, have you guys like increased your production? Of course you have, but how is this being, what you're doing, how is it being displayed? You know, I know that Alaska just came out and announced tonight that they only have 4,000 gowns. That they're kind of hurting in terms of that area. Is it making your work have to produce more in a short period of time? And let Imagine Your Odyssey answer that, please.
Daniel said goodbye. Sheila and Mike said goodbye. Eh? Eh?
Eh?
Goodbye. Mario said, I understand perfectly English. I teach English. Just my spelling is weak.
Yeah.
She teaches English also.
Yeah. Eh? I'm an English teacher, but don't touch me by the way I speak.
Mario said, the only advice I can give you is be natural and be yourself. Helping others the way you do is great.
Yeah. Mario, these decisions are hard. We are being ourselves and we are totally being natural. It's just making those decisions.
Andrew said, Jim, I hear you like blue shoes. Well, I do wear my blue tennis shoes quite often.
Blue suede shoes?
I like her blue suede shoes.
I got another pair in the mail today, but I can't touch them for 2 days.
Rooster said, you do need supplies, but if everyone got sick, what happens then?
That's we can't answer that question, honey.
Some things are outside of our control, right? You know, it's,
Yeah.
you gotta trust the system, trust the process, and pay attention to what you're doing. So if supplies are coming in, kind of like she just said, with new shoes coming in, we're leaving them outside for a couple days. We're not bringing them inside immediately. So
I have no idea who that was. Somebody's got their eye on you.
Katie said there will be many who don't get it, so yes, you need to keep the supply lines open. You do need to keep the supply lines open.
And Rooster, you
And
have
moving
no
back
idea.
and forth.
So it's so funny because we have this like level in our family of need. We have an RN who's my mom, who is out there on the front lines. We have a flight attendant who is out there getting critical infrastructure between one state to the next and community to the next. We have him, which I can't tell you what he does. And then we have Rooster, and he's saying what he's saying because he is working in the boat transportation industry. What is it called again? Tell us, hon. It's you're getting supplies to Alaska.
Industry.
We don't want to come out and say too much because you haven't said it yourself. So
Andrew said, good spending
Support.
time with you two, however, time to go.
hey, bye, Andrew.
See you later, Andrew. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me, all right? We'll definitely try to answer them to the best that we can. Or we'll get you an answer. We'll use whatever means necessary. So, Rooster said the port.
Yeah, I just said the port. So somebody just said they got their eye on us, but you know what? You gotta tell us in here that you're watching and say hi. That helps.
Yeah. Because we can't necessarily read what's up top.
Okay, Marcus. Marcus. Okay, light bulb. Love you.
Rooster said, still working hard, just wanted to know our thoughts.
Yeah.
I think our thoughts is just protect yourself. Use the protective gear that's provided for you and be safe.
You want deeper thoughts? Let me know. Again, we have two very different perspectives on this. Are you in contact with something that would make somebody else sick? If you are, then kind of like what we talked about in the beginning, just take those precautions. I know it's this whole wash your hands, blah, blah, blah. That didn't really help Italy. Isolate yourself as hard as it can be and find a way to make it cool for you.
Alright, you need a joke.
I need a joke. Let's talk about jokes. I am talking about
We're all
jokes.
caught up.
Okay. Somebody has been with us for like this whole time. What do you call a penguin in the desert? You guys need to tell us jokes because we really need to laugh. It kind of got a little heavy. Kind of ready to go eat my wings too.
Imagine Your Odyssey said, production has increased to the point that we are running all that we can. I can't go into numbers, but yes, we are moving product as fast as we can safely.
So if you missed it, Imagine Your Odyssey is talking about creating protective gear, and they're doing what they can to,
As quickly as I can.
yeah. And then again, it gets into politics as to what state gets what. Ridiculous. What do you call a penguin in the desert? Lost. We have been, we honestly don't have a whole lot of downtime. We have been in our downtime outside of worrying about all of this and all of our family. We've been watching Lost, the like TV episode series of Lost. I'm a little bit lost.
Have you guys watched Lost? It's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, don't tell me.
We're
a
like
spoiler.
3 seasons in now. Rooster asks, why did the bike fall over?
Why did the bike fall over? I don't know. Why did the bike fall over?
Because it wasn't on the kickstand?
It lost its balance?
Because it was too tired.
It was too tired. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
3 for the Road said, it was freaking confusing. I hate how they ended it.
Oh,
We haven't gotten to the end yet.
yeah.
That tells you we have too much time on our hands. We're watching Lost from the beginning right now.
I think I'm in season 3 and I'm like kind of tuning out. So honestly, our Friday nights, maybe Saturday nights have been like, let's tune into Lost and see what's going on. But I get a little lost.
Kayak Dreamer said, okay, boys and girls, I'm petering out on the East Coast. Love you both to the moon. Keep up the amazing work you're doing. You're doing it totally right. Love you. Eat your wings.
Kayak Dreamer, I had no idea that you were even still here with us. I am dying to eat those wings. But we're not going to do it right here, but we will. thank you, and keep sharing your story with us. I want to see you get out there and do more.
Sean J said, "Hi guys." Hi Sean.
I'm gonna eat a wing. Kayak Dreamer kind of made me want to actually eat my wing and enjoy myself because I don't care if I have the camera on me right now. Our whole point is to keep this real, right? So I'm gonna eat my wings.
Rooster said, "Why don't you mess with a goldfish?"
What?
Why don't you mess with a goldfish?
I don't know.
I have no clue. Because it has a tank.
What?
A tank.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Imagine your Odyssey said, "How are your kids? I have 2 daughters, one in college to be a vet surgeon, and the other in high school. Both are permanently schooling from home."
One of our kids is on here right now and telling us really bad jokes from Seattle, asking us questions about, like, how to keep working.
When we're referring to Rooster, that's my son and our son down in Seattle.
One of my other kids actually delivered this, although I have not had physical contact with him in a long time. He DoorDashed this, and it was really sweet of him. But again, our home is not. Long story. Another one of our kids is 16 years old, and she's autoimmune. She has type 1 diabetes. Again, no contact with her or her sister, who is 13 years old, and they're inseparable. So, and then another, our 18-year-old works in a clinic here in Alaska, and she's doing her own thing. So, we're here for her if she needs us.
So far, all 5 kids are doing great.
At this point, let's just keep it running because we're not doing anything else. I just want to eat some wings. I don't care.
Ronnie said, "Knock, knock. Who's there?" Boo.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you crying? I haven't told the joke yet.
You missed me crying earlier.
Imagine your Odyssey. I would have never guessed you had 5 kids at that age. I'm 44 and thought that you two were at least 10 to 15 years younger than me.
What? No. Imagine your Odyssey, you just like totally made my day. I'm a cradle robber, but yes, we have 5 kids. The oldest.
I'm younger than you.
Rub it in. You can tell the age difference. Oh no, in kids, not us.
So our oldest is 21, youngest is 13. Soon to be 22.
All of them are going to change age within the next 2 months.
I know. So pretty soon our youngest will be 14 and our oldest will be 22.
Mm-hmm. One a day, thank you for delivering these to us because I didn't feel like cooking.
Yeah, I call her my old lady. I have the right to call her my old lady though.
One of us can, run laps around the other. Ooh, it's hot. But it's okay.
Alright, so I think we're going to wrap it up here because I'm getting hungry.
You can eat. Just keep it on.
I don't want to eat in front of the camera.
You know, I feel like those of you who either just joined us, you think that we're freaking insane, or those of you who have been following along with us, you kind of see what it's kind of really like. Jim will talk for a little bit and then decide that food is important. Ember is hungry. What I'm curious to know is like, who's gonna like come in and say hi and watch us eat? I really don't care. I'm bored. It's Friday night. I've had a glass of wine. Oh, I've had 2 glasses of wine. And who cares?
Maggie said, my husband is 1 inch shorter than me. Can I call him my little man?
My little man. I love it. He calls me his old lady. I call him...
Maggie asked him if I need to kneel down before I talk to him. Good night, Overland Gear Guy. We'll see you in the morning. We'll see. We'll definitely tune in tomorrow.
We will. Thank you so much for coming and say hi. We had fun with you. And,
yes, they are Wingstop wings. Not our #1 choice, but we'll make it do.
who said that?
3 for the road.
How did you know?
Probably saw the packaging.
Yeah, they're okay.
Organic Farmer says, in Hawaii, just got off work and joined. Those wings are making me hungry.
Organic farmer in Hawaii.
They're making me hungry too.
Yeah,
I just don't like eating on camera.
then don't. So organic farmer in Hawaii, seriously, you want wings? You gotta tell me more about you. Because if I had organic whatever right now, I'd be good with that. I'd get a paper towel. Hold on.
Yeah, I love wings and things. They definitely are better.
I don't think we've ever ordered from... What is this?
Wingstop.
Wingstop.
It's Pizza Hut.
We didn't order this. So
This
this
was
is how
delivered to us.
this is how this went down. We are parked home base, plugged in, and our son decided that he was going to order Wingstop. And we said, okay, cool. And I looked at the menu, and then everything about the whole order turned out wrong. But that's okay. I just told him to make sure that they let them know. I didn't feel like cooking. Jim is someone who cooks in the van. And if you've been watching for the past hour and a half, 2 hours, my son delivered it to our door and I wiped everything down, sanitized it, but it wasn't boneless. Right? So we knew that this would be kind of difficult to like talk to you and eat at the same time. So I don't know. Why not keep it rolling? I don't care.
Terry said someone's going to be sleeping outside tonight. Sorry, Cynthia.
No, this is my solitude right here. This is where I am quarantined, not him. He can sleep with Ember.
Rose says, I recognize the boxes. What are your favorite?
I haven't
Whatever
had it
I'm eating
before.
right now.
Yeah,
I think I'm doing the Asian right now.
yeah. This is all like super brand new to us. We have no idea. He got some sort of Asian something, and I got lemon something. What we ordered was nothing about what we received. So
We're just dealing with it.
before you leave us, because I know you probably will, because eating is not something you really want to watch. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up because that's helps support what we're doing and what we're going through, and it's seriously a lot.
Yeah, Wings and Things is kind of an Alaskan place, and they have like
No,
a,
I think it's isn't Wings and Things like international? Not international, but like U.S.
I don't think so.
No, seriously, you guys, this isn't like something that you guys see. Like
Wingstop is.
this is this is Wingstop.
Yeah,
Oh,
we sell Wings and Things.
oh, Wings and Things is better. Amber's looking at us like, why don't you feed us, jerks?
Oh, I love Caribbean jerk from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh,
And the fried pickles.
funny story about that. The first time that I took Jim out was on his birthday, right? So on his birthday, we did this whole who we
Friends.
know, friends type thing, and I really didn't know him that well. And then we got the ticket to pay, and it said jerk. Literally, it didn't say Caribbean jerk. It didn't say anything because he can be a jerk. It said jerk, and it gave the price. It was hilarious because we had jerk wings, but he was a jerk.
How far are you located from Kenai?
Oh, Kenai.
Right
Right
now,
now?
we're about 3 hours away.
Yeah, that was our plan to actually be in Kenai tonight, but things changed a little bit. A lot.
We decided to hold back and do some repairs on the
Hands?
van. Well, there you go. There's an exact number, 286 miles.
Did you just map quest it? Yeah, a lot changed. Keep talking, because our mouths are full.
Imagine your Odyssey said, I have a really good friend from when I was there in the military named Doug Machado.
You know what's cute about Alaska? Is I can be on the plane and people will be like, hey, do you know so-and-so, the Matson family, the Johnson family? No.
Sometimes we do, though.
Yeah.
It's just big enough of a state that we don't know everyone, but you kind of start to know people's names.
I want to know who's really seriously hardcore enough to watch us eat. That's the only reason why I'm keeping this running. If you think that us eating is fascinating, so go ahead and tell us I won't be freaked out by that. I think that some of you are lurkers. I think I know who some of you are.
Do you know the Smith and Johnsons?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Smiths, let me tell you a story about them. When I grew up, the Smiths always had licorice. So I'd go over to the Smiths family and they would always have licorice in their cabinet. So every time I went there, I got licorice because I like licorice. And the Smiths knew how to give me licorice. The Johnsons, they gave me something else. Every time I went over there, they had tea. Yeah, tea was stupid. So every night before we went to bed, the Johnsons drank tea and they offered me tea. But then they put a cream in that tea, and all of a sudden that tea was good. So the Smiths and Johnsons, yeah, absolutely. There's always a story about the Smiths or the Johnsons. Did you know any Smiths?
Yeah. One of my dear friends in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon Smith.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all have a Smith or a Johnson in our lives. And we want to like share a positive experience about our Smiths. Do you know a Smith or a Johnson? James, dude. Really?
Rooster, you're crazy.
I love you. So we just discovered what the whole like green thing pop-up means. That's not why we're here, but I love you. Thank you so much for supporting us and watching us eat wings. I think you just paid for the 2 wings that I just ate, but I love you so much. Do you know the who?
You know the Wilsons? I know the Wilsons
yeah.
very well.
Yeah.
And they're really incredible people. And I've actually known a couple Wilsons for several years.
Yeah.
So long that when I first met them, their little baby was like really a baby. And now she's like grown up.
She gave birth to volleyball. Named Wilson, right? And then that volleyball became best friends with somebody who was stranded on an island.
And one of the Wilsons I knew him before they got married. I mean, he was this really short dude.
I love how we're losing people like 1 minute at a time. Bye. Cool. By ingesting food. Do you guys know the Wilsons? Hi. If you just joined us, say hi. We're like literally on a break because I know that we keep going up and down. But just like say hi in the comment section. Tell us where you're from. We're literally parked in the middle of nowhere. Dude, stop. So we're literally parked in the middle of nowhere in our parking lot, family type stuff. Not able to go out and hike. Enjoying chicken wings brought to me. There's 14 people in here. Stop being creepers. The smaller it gets, the more comfortable I'm gonna get, so be careful. Seriously, as soon as that number goes down to like 4, I'm gonna like let go.
Maggie, when was the first time you met us?
Wait, who?
Maggie.
Who? Us? You and me, or her and us? Wait, what?
Yeah, met us.
Oh, he's paying me. Okay. Who? Where'd you read this?
No, I asked Maggie.
Oh, she met us?
Yeah, she knows who we are. Jeremy's wife.
I met Jeremy. I did it.
You jerk. Now you need a napkin.
The Bear Paw Festival. Right? The Bear Paw Festival is the first thing that came to mind. Here.
I can't believe she just did that. She just smacked me in the face with a chicken wing. Hi, Terry.
I'm bored. What? Oh, stop. So how's Jeremy doing right now? Is he?
Is Jeremy sleeping right now?
First time we met you was literally at the Bear Paw Festival.
Terry, what are you doing? Remember, you're watching us eat, but I know that's kind of boring.
Maybe we should stop. But I don't know. It's getting kind of late.
Imagine your Odyssey said food fight. I joined your channel so that I can come back and check you guys out. It's 1 a.m. and going to hit the bed. Thanks for the hangout tonight. Thank you for joining us. We'll go check out your channels after this.
Yes, imagine your Odyssey where you seriously never know what you're gonna get. This is like,
I can't believe you just hit me in the face with a chicken wing.
who knows? I got him on a Ferris wheel. Everything's changing. We never know what we're gonna go through next. So thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have a good night. We appreciate you all for sticking through
Our stupidity.
our stupidity as we got kind of bored at the end. So have a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
If you're just now joining us, say hi. Where are you from? I think he wants to like
I want to finish eating.
finish eating and sort of enjoy the rest of our time together. To wrap this all up, without a chicken wing in my hand, if you stuck with us this whole like, oh my gosh, it's been 3 hours. Are you kidding me? There's no way you stuck with us for this 3 hours. If you're just now here, you just came with the next like half hour or so. There's a whole lot going on for us here in Alaska. We our getaway together is traveling together, and when we're not at work, this is where we want to be. When we're not with our family, which we can't be right now, I can't be with our kids. Long story. This is where I want to be. We both have frontline critical infrastructure jobs, and we are quarantining ourselves here. So thankfully our son brought us wings and we were able to chat with you, and we can't be more thankful for the community that we have. We chose not to go out and have fun in the van. We are stuck in a driveway right now because all we have is each other, and we don't want to get my mom sick, we don't want to get my daughter sick, we don't want to get my son sick, we don't want to get his girlfriend sick, so here we are.
We're chilling.
Chilling.
So Terry, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Even if you're just listening to us, be boring. Have a good night. We appreciate you. Maggie, Sanchez's going away party or the Bear Paw Festival? Probably both.
We have a
That was so long ago.
I know we have.
Sanchez.
Wait. What did you just say?
She said Sanchez's going away party. That was with me. Or
Oh,
the Bear
wait,
Paw
wait,
Festival.
wait,
Bear
wait,
Paw
wait.
Festival is with both of
You're
us.
like dropping little hints like freaking Hansel and Gretel. I want to read this. He's not cool like that. Oh. Oh, Jeremy. I got it. Yeah. Sanchez.
They want to see Ember one more time.
Okay. Hold on. Sanchez.
Jeremy and Maggie are like, feed the dog. We can't give her chicken wings. She'll choke on the bone. Jeremy, what kind of cigar is he smoking?
Who's smoking cigars?
Jeremy is.
What? Why are you there smoking cigars without me? I hate you.
He said, you guys talk a lot.
We have to talk a lot. This
Are
kind
we
of like,
really talking a lot? I feel like we have a lot of quiet time right now.
yeah, honestly, Jeremy, we kind of have to talk a lot. We don't really want to talk a lot, but what do you want us to do? Show a lot? We show a lot. Yeah.
I still want to know what kind of cigar you're smoking.
I'll shut up while you smoke your cigar. You talk.
How are they going to talk?
Exactly.
They can't talk.
Who said we talk a lot?
Oh, they got quiet now.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Is that your Jeremy?
Jeremy and Maggie.
Yeah. In real life, Jeremy, you know, you don't talk a lot. I think it's your opportunity to do your speaking, because let's talk about Sanchez.
No. Richard said,
He said no.
what did the dog say to the cat when the cat said hi? Rough?
Ruff, ruff. I want to know. Something paw.
Oh my God, a talking cat.
Oh my God, what? A talking cat? You know what's really kind of scary right now? There's 12 people right now who actually think that watching chicken wings being eaten in a van on quarantine, when I have not had face-to-face contact with anybody in over, I can't remember when, besides him. And the fact that he'll be able to eat these chicken wings out of his beard later, that's pretty cool. That bed is like calling to me right now, by the way. And our dog kind of wants to be fed. We have this rule where we don't eat until our dogs get fed. But we're breaking it.
Which is why you hear her going nuts.
Yeah, you can probably hear her tail. And I got 4 wings and Jim probably got like 10. But hey, Ethan, thank you so much for bringing us these. Thank you guys for supporting his idea on a real estate channel, because I think he would do well. He can't have his license yet, but at least he can get out there and show what's out there for people who want to move to Alaska. Why are 11 people still watching us? You talk to us.
Jeremy talks a lot at home.
And not at
Jeremy's
work.
so quiet.
Oh my God, I hear you.
If you put the two of us in a room together, you would like hear no sounds at all. We'll just sit there and stare at each other and laugh.
Bullshit. So, I hear you. You have this guy who goes to work. He's not willing to really, talk or open up. And then you get him home, depending on what his subject is, he won't shut up. We have to get together, because I totally remember you from Bear Paw right now, by the way. He's gonna have to tell me the backstory later.
They're gonna leave us soon.
What?
Yep.
I don't blame you.
So you gotta make that date soon.
We can't. What are we gonna do? Spend 10 minutes?
Stay 6 feet apart.
I was there when Jeremy first.
Hush.
Yeah, I have to keep my mouth shut. It's cooled up, by the way. We're being politically correct.
What do you call a deer with no eyes? No
Fearless?
idea.
No idea?
What did the dad buffalo say to the son buffalo when he went to school?
Who's asking this? I'm just gonna wait till it goes to 0 because
No, we're not.
I don't know what we're doing. We're supporting you and spending time with you. What did the what?
Buffalo say to the son buffalo when he went to school?
I don't know.
Bye, son.
Oh my god. Okay. We love you. And if you're made it to this point, we really love you for making it to this point with us. We're just gonna chill here. Get over like everything that's happened the past week together and eat some chicken wings. It's been a rough
Jeremy
week.
and Maggie, we want to do a dinner or something at some point, hopefully.
Someday in the future, but it has been hard. It may not be so easy elsewhere either, but it's hard here too.
We do appreciate you guys.
Hint, hint. Yeah, Jeremy has seen his beauty slate. Yeah, you're welcome for us entertaining you. Beauty sleep doesn't happen right here, obviously. He gets no beauty sleep because he's not beautiful. Okay, we're gonna call it.
Good night, all.
Yeah. Hit that thumbs up before we say goodnight. I think that if you're the last few who've been with us for the past 2.5 hours, you probably already have. Thank you. Nobody's going to really make it to the end of 3 hours of this. If you are, you're that bored, message us on Instagram or Facebook.
We'll send you something.
Shit. If you made it to the last 3 hours of this video and you tell us that you watched this whole thing to the last 3 hours of this video,
Without fast forwarding?
without fast forwarding, what should the code word be? I don't know. Ember. Right? Let's just try this. If you watch this entire video to the last 3 hours and 13 minutes of it, and if you are not family,
You say rooster.
give us a code word. It's going to say rooster, R-O-O-S-T-R. And you have to send us that code word. This is going to be like a game. Through Facebook at Wings and Wheels Alaska. And you say R-O-O-S-T-R.
E-R. You don't even know how to spell rooster.
I do. R-O-O-S-T-R. And then you say 3.13. And you did not fast forward this video. And you are not family because Rooster, you are excluded. We'll send you a sweatshirt. Tell us your size. Right?
We're getting ready to place an order, so
Yeah,
it'll
we
work
are
out.
literally getting ready to place an order, and I know that probably within the first 10 minutes we were entertaining, and then we started eating, and we lost everybody. So, Facebook, Wings and Wheels Alaska, send us the code word ROOSTR. It will send you a sweatshirt for free in your size. Just let us know what you want.
Good night.
Peace. Bye. Stay safe.